willingness to take life. The avatar takes time to turn his head and spin out the cap with morphine syrup. Look how the character pulls the pistol away from the grip of a body who's ready to die. In my opinion, Far Cry 2 revolutionized how a sense of character is developed in an FPS, without seeing the face, focusing exclusively on hands. If Avatar is the representation of your character, then hands are the strongest representation of Avatar itself. In strategy games, you are usually in God's perspective, controlling means of production and actions of foot soldiers. 50 of them die in a cannon barrage, you create 50 more by pressing a button. In Far Cry 2 you get to be that foot soldier, and nothing will immerse you more into such a role than first-person perspective. They want you to experience everything that happens in the game as close as possible. It's not that you are unleashed into the world of Far Cry 2, you are trapped inside of it. You are going to meticulously go through the first bottom up, and instead of getting a sense of dominance, turning first person into a godlike perspective just because there's a gun in front of you, you'll have to unjam your firearms, pull objects out of your flesh, run for your life, and will always be reminded that you are just
sorry guys, I lost my internet. I lost my internet connection.
Only immersion. And since the player characters are so insignificant in their development, the line between you and this violence is very thin. It almost feels like they had wished to break the fourth wall at times. Behind designs there are philosophies. If a game gives you a gun and a world map in the corner, focuses on you using the guns. Its map is placed conveniently for you to navigate without effort. On the other hand, if a game gives you a diegetic map that you have to pull out in order to get your bearings, orientation is out of the question during the heat of the battle. You'll have to rely on your skills and in-game clues instead of a minimap. One design is more forgiving, the other expects effort. One gives you the means to wreak havoc inside a playground, the other asks you to manage your gameplay. This pushes your focus from the HUD to the actual gameplay, deepening the level of immersion. Jamming animations get you closer to guns. It's not just a prop anymore, it reacts to being used, and Avatar interacts with it beyond just racking and pulling the trigger. Healing animations have shock value, with some of them being on the verge of parody. You'll really end up twitching during some of that first aid in the field. It's not the same to read about someone destroying a medicine storage, watching someone do it, or being the one who has to pull the pin out by pressing left mouse button. Interactivity alone can be scary, but first person makes it even scarier. Lack of inventory menus and a mostly diegetic, non-intrusive HUD try to patch up the timeline cut up by cutscenes and loading screens. They focus your attention on in-game objects, pulling you inside the game rather than just leaving you on the screen surface. Just compare the driving and navigation in Far Cry 2 and later installments. I only wish they went full diegetic and informed us of ammo and health status through checking the magazine or feeling the pulse or neck or wrist. The level of immersion in this game with minimalistic story becomes one of the most important storytelling elements. If there is a glimpse of the heart of darkness in Far Cry 2, you're certainly not going to feel it through cutscenes or Jackal's monologues. You'll experience it through immersive gameplay. And how does Far Cry 2 decide to pull you out of a game? By either passing a diamond case to a guard or by activating explosives, both featuring hand animations in the forefront. Those hands that rested calmly on your knees during that cab ride are now, after doing all of this with them, the last thing you see. Your avatar is no more, and it all ended with a pair of hands. Far Cry 2 is, in a way, a story about human hands. An omnivore, a scavenger, predator of medium-sized animals, active during twilight, intelligent and tactical. Its presence in the Bible symbolizes desolation. It is neither big nor strong nor scary. All in all, Jackal isn't a sensational animal. If Disney made a movie with animal characters, Jackal wouldn't be either protagonist nor antagonist. But on the African plains, it still manages to survive and has thousands of years of evolution in its genes to prove it. And to survive next to the good, the bad, and the ugly of African wilderness has to mean something. Not as ugly as a hyena nor strong as a lion, cunning is its biggest strength and places it right between the two, more than an appropriate alias. His photograph is one of the first things you encounter in the main menu. Red circle around a nameless face, snatched by a lucky informant. The mystery begins. It is the first building block of the myth that is the Jackal. During the course of the game, he will physically appear only 5 times, 2 of those while player has direct control of the avatar, and only once on the outside. You cannot find this guy, he finds you. He is presented in interiors with progressively better lighting until fully exposed under the sun, but light does not reveal his perspective. Jackal encounters are basically about maintaining an aura of mystery around a character with almost medieval proportions. Since he supplies both sides, every enemy you encounter comes at you with his guns. Every gun you pick up or buy is his. Perpetuated conflict is a result of his business model. Jackal looms over everything in this game. Every gun, every bullet, and every corpse can be traced directly back to him. Every gunshot echoes his voice. He's more present as an idea than in flesh. He is almost like another malaria, killing silently without pulling the trigger. Your first encounter is the embodiment of what Far Cry 2 is. You're lying in bed, struck down by sickness. The man you're supposed to assassinate is casually going through your stuff, reading your orders, not even mocking you. Dark figure whose face you barely see across the room. Then he walks over to your bed, barely shows his face, and spares you while manifesting his passive-aggressive behavior. Then he leaves the room after loosely quoting from Beyond Good and Evil. His motivation is always unclear. His antagonist status is already questioned by your second encounter. First, he is a villain in a world without heroes. He perpetuates suffering without remorse. But the protagonist-antagonist dichotomy doesn't work very well here. He doesn't truly oppose you, and then he becomes a mission giver a lot more moral than your previous bosses. He becomes an anti-villain with a noble goal, stopping the war through killing. In the end, he is the one who completes your original task, and his actions result in more good than anyone else's. We don't know who he was and never will. They made him a character that is hard to judge or even attach oversimplified labels to, like madman, psychopath, or tyrant. There is no insanity, no illusions of grandeur, just ambiguity. They didn't make him the ultimate nemesis you strive to take down at the end. Jackal is Jackal, and he remains an unfinished portrait. This is what Ruben has to say about him in one of his blog posts. He is forever anonymous when you're in his presence. That is almost scary. That statement at the end is just another way to perpetuate a myth. His body was never recovered. There is always a chance that he had somehow survived and is still out there, but I doubt there will ever be a sequel. Rumored brain cancer could explain a lot about his change of heart, but that's left in the shadows as well. This is what Jackal encounters amount to in the end. Will to power, quarantining a virus, using you as a scapegoat, sending developers offer us Romain's story. If you want more, you interviews. On the tapes, he sounds both vicious and compassionate. I would say disappointed. In one interview, he blames Africans for the war, then points out to the hypocrisy of the West, then shows cynicism towards human nature in general, then shows compassion to a boy soldier, then mocks a dying man pleading for a mercy kill, and then sacrifices himself in order to save a convoy of refugees. And he offers arguments and justifications for all these conflicting points. Ironically, the only relevant character in the whole game wearing traditional African garment is the Jackal, the very man who fuels the conflict. The king, prince, and the leaders of both factions, journalist, priest, doctor, refugees, all wear Western clothes like collared shirts, army uniforms, plain t-shirts, and even modern designer suits. This connects him to the setting in a bizarre way. Myth building around Jackal's personality goes beyond game itself. Those fake graffitis and real-life photos mention him with the same ambiguity. The Jackal lives. Jackal is a ghost. The Jackal is watching. They should have included these in the game as well. This is myth building. If you've read Heart of Darkness, you know what I'm talking about. Kurtz did this, Kurtz did that. The momentum of expectation builds up. By the time he actually appears, there's two of them, one in flesh and one in thought. During your first encounter, Jackal quotes loosely from Beyond Good and Evil and reveals to us an important worldview that he holds about human beings. This is the key which Jackal uses to unlock the minds and motivations around him, including his own. Everything that anyone does is in order to reach the highest position on an existing pyramid of power. Biological organisms simply discharge their strength, and when you put that in any social context, you'll get things from competitive sports to genocide. A bleak view of the human species.
Who gets the lion's share? That's what it's all about, whether it's between children or animals or warlords.
But in Far Cry 2, this isn't just monologue lines. It's a theme that inspires design. Jackal's worldview is directly manifested through missions. Two factions at each other's throats for power. Humans fighting inside a food chain for that sharp point of the pyramid. Repetition through interactivity constantly reminds you of this vicious circle. Philosophy materialized through gameplay. Jackal argues that even though he fuels the conflict, he does not fuel the hate, which which is already present and does not have its origin in his existence. His weapons are just a means to an end, a tool for hate which is all too human. Otherwise, people would just use sticks and stones. When he calls himself a humanist in one interview, it is an answer to an accusation for dealing on both sides. What an irony. Relativism at its finest. It is such a bold and radical argument. I'm not like governments. I don't have personal interest. I deal on both sides. I don't discriminate. Equally offering a chance to kill. That's humanism in his eyes. Jackal is beyond good and evil. He doesn't care about intentions, only results, which is why both his crimes and his sacrifice feel so cold and impersonal. He helps refugees the same way he was selling guns to child soldiers.
I'm doing what men have been doing for thousands of years, trading one thing for another.
This game never truly glorifies anything. I just can't imagine someone blaming Far Cry 2 for a real-life crime. That is how unconventional this game is. One character from a recent TV show comes to mind, Rustin Cole from True Detective, who is presented as a nihilist, but in the end reveals himself to be just an angry man who found salvation in nihilism. A similar defense mechanism could be present in Jackal. He is disgusted by the phenomenon of boy soldiers, comments that a boy that age shouldn't be seeing dead bodies. He often shows values and worldviews that contradict his superficial moral relativism. I imagine that his past experience as a soldier revealed to him certain truths about life that people from developed countries just don't get to think about. Could it be that he saw how cheap life is in certain parts of the world, and he had his illusions crushed, or that he had witnessed the corruption with which the rest of the world deals in these places? Where did this distrust towards human beings start? How expensive is, in the end, a disenchantment of one man? How many lives were destroyed just because his naive presumptions about the world got crushed? What becomes painfully obvious by the end of the game is that Far Cry 2 doesn't feature any traditional villains, only bad people. When Ruben asks him why Africa, why my home, Jackal bites back, why not? You'd rather see war in someone else's home. In his eyes, all people are equal and equally unimportant. That last encounter is beautifully simple. Car battery, case full of diamonds, a gun that never jams. Jackal narrating his plan to quarantine both factions with death, while his shadow mirrors his movement on the wall. An ominous shape stating that depths of this man will never be known to us. When he says that the two of you are terminal cases, uncurable, it outlines the deterministic nature of this game and games in general. Despite the illusion of control, your actions always lead to a scripted event. If you don't die here, you'll just find another war somewhere else. Jackal doesn't buy that mantra, one last job and then I retire. He understands that he's...
Trust your clan. And
What roads have you traveled? Blessings.
These
to you.
reagents will be used to initiate new members into our tribe. I will repay this debt.
Go well.
Good trade follows trust. My friend, get this thing away from me. Trade for it. Please. They call it a hoof helper, but it's really just a nuisance. Always getting in the way. Not nearly big enough to be useful yet. I want it gone. What? No, I can't just give it to you. My wife would never forgive me.
Where will the wind
Dragon
take
Rider.
you?
Welcome back. Here's some dust. No, I don't know what it really is either. The Onaya mystics say it's supposed to help you commune with our ancestors. That the ancestors are all around us. Seems optimistic, if you ask me. I can't claim to understand the Onaya. The Sky's honest truth is that I don't really want to. They're good people, mostly, but they're strange. Unnerving. But also allies, and they asked me to give it to you. And to make more available if you want it. So I do. Ah,
Care
Dragon
for the
Rider.
land, and it will grow.
He's doing it because of what he is. He's drawn to it, like a scorpion on the back of a frog in the middle of the lake. Jackal believes that the only thing keeping ordinary people from becoming monsters is opportunity or circumstances.
I'm talking facts and you're talking theory. You're not a good person, Ruben. You've just been lucky enough. You've never had to be otherwise.
Game starts sort of in the middle of things. You get to see a war that is already in full motion. There's no background between you and your target. Nothing is personal. You get the option to choose 1 out of 9 mercenaries, and they are a wild bunch. Scratched photographs present these beauties with little information, and the aesthetical experience already starts. A myriad of past careers, criminal backgrounds, ex-military, veterans of past wars, loan sharks, smugglers, police informants, VIP protection, bodyguards, IRA, KLA, IDF, GSU, guerrilla fighters, insurgency groups, private contractors. This is an extremely subtle commentary. It shows that countries these people come from had a recent history of conflict themselves, based on ethnic or religious differences. It adds to the story, reminding us that there was blood being spilled on European streets not that long ago, which again
Pathfinder Jed
represents
inspects the
the
knot on his
universal
climbing rope
violent
while he speaks.
aspect of human
New
nature,
explorers often
violence
ask
that
me how
really
I've
nothing.
survived in the wilderness this long. They expect a deity or a guide, a list of tools, or some lucky trinkets. But I just tell them one word: prepare. And it's the same thing I'll tell you. The wilderness is harsh, but if you have a plan and the right supplies, well, it hasn't failed me yet. Pathfinder Jeb inspects the knot on his climbing rope while he speaks. New explorers often ask me how I've survived in the wilderness this long. They expect a deity or a guide, a list of tools, or some lucky trinkets. But I just tell them one word: prepare. Most of the treasure around here is in the ground, ancient artifacts, maybe even valuables. You're going to need a good shovel to get to it, though. Lucky you, I've got an official expedition shovel with your name on it. Look for disturbed dirt.
Keep a cool head. You best
Pathfinder
be
Jeb
prepared.
inspect.
Mountains to climb, vistas to see.
Are you looking to submit? Oh, a new artifact. Let me log it in the ledger and
Keep
know.
the wind in your sails.
Are you looking to?
Look always to the sea.
Oh, a new artifact.
Safe
Let-
passage to you.
Are you looking to submit?
Look always
Oh,
to the
a
sea.
new artifact. Let me log it in the.
Smooth sailing.
Are you
Ahoy!
looking to submit or withdraw?
Safe
Oh,
passage to
a
you.
new artifact.
Keep
let-
the wind in your
Are you
sails.
looking to submit or withdraw an artifact today? Or maybe.
Smooth sailing.
Are you looking to submit or withdraw an artifact today?
Safe passage to you.
Hey, how you doing? Keep it real.
Good
Are you
day
looking to
you.
submit or withdraw an artifact
Keep
today?
the wind in your sails.
Did you know your best time for this course is the... Welcome to the Wild Preserve Slalom.
Ah, the hunt is upon us. This target will test your mettle, 2-foot. Are you prepared?
Percent, not bad.
recognizes no borders. A diverse and unsensational cast of characters. Immediately they go against the hero image of action films and games. These guys are nothing like that badass from cover art. All of them look like average people. Frank even wears a knee brace and Yosef is completely grey. Journal descriptions are where their personalities come to light. Amazing he's made it to 40. Guy's got a conscience. Poser. Likes the high risk contracts. Supports his family back in Europe. A heavy drinker. Dressed like a college dropout backpacking Europe. Heard he's a millionaire. Stone killer. Tough SOB. Thing is, you get to read these only after you've already made your choice and they are presented as your own observations. And they sound exactly like something a mercenary would think of other mercenaries. Most direct consequence of this initial choice is a visual one. Model of the hands you see while interacting with the world. Some have tattoos, others wear gloves or bracelets. Everyone has a unique accent and outfit. They look unique in their mediocrity. Game puts you into a strange situation of seeing the face of your past avatar in-game on your next playthrough. No uniqueness in character creation. How insignificant the choice is when those characters you don't choose end up populating the world. Who you play with at the moment could have been and will be a traitor or a friend that dies in a bushfire during the next playthrough. It doesn't matter who you choose, it is purely a cosmetic choice, just another part of the storytelling. One of them has to fill in the shoes, it doesn't matter who. Characters like Solid Snake or Agent 47 are at the core of the series' identity. They carry a lot of the story. Without them, there would be no franchise. Put up a photograph of any old mug and you'll still have Far Cry 2. The character is insignificant to the point of non-existence. The only appeal they could have is their commonness. The only function, a bullet sponge and a hired gun. You have to pull those bullets out of someone's flesh. Sent by an unknown
Wild
organization
creature
to an
stalks this
unspecified
land.
country in Central
Come,
Africa in order
join
to
the
kill a
hunt.
man known only
Prove
by
your
his nickname.
skill.
This very concept of main quest is devoid of meaning. In Far Cry 3, you struggle to survive and overcome your fears in order to unleash your primal energy and save your friends and family. It's personal. In Far Cry 4, you help your people take down a tyrant. You are a revolutionary fighting a noble cause. It's meaningful. In Primal, you fight for survival of your tribe. It's noble. In Far Cry 2, you have no tribe. You have no personal goal. No identity apart from a tattoo or an occasional grunt while pulling objects out of your flesh. There's no personal vendetta, no noble cause, no real past within the game. You don't liberate anything. You kill for money. Even though the cover art doesn't suggest it, you are nothing but a foreigner in a foreign land, an intruder wherever you go. Shark drove by the smell of blood to feast on the carcass of a dead whale while tourists record from the boat. In Far Cry 3 and 4, you are at the top of the food chain from early on in the game, despite the fact that both protagonists are just ordinary non-military guys with no combat experience. While in Far Cry 2, you are always the underdog, despite the fact that you are an experienced mercenary. This distinction tells a lot about the aesthetics of these games. Just imagine these characters, how they look and what impression they give, and then look at what you experience through them as avatars. This aesthetical inconsistency has always bothered me. If Far Cry 3 wanted to show us the brutal learning curve Jason would have to follow in order to become such an efficient killer, gameplay wouldn't be nearly as fun as it was. Juxtapose these images in your mind. Photo of Jason and chain takedowns and a bunch of mercenary photos and brutal Far Cry 2 combat. In Far Cry 2, everything tells a consistent story, from your character's background to the way they interact with the environment. It all works towards creating a unified aesthetical experience. No dreams within dreams, no survival in space, no apocalypse, no aliens, just human beings and millions of years of evolution behind them. It was intended to be an interactive journey into the heart of darkness, an ambitious goal that wasn't fully realized. The story isn't bad, it is just that the way it was implemented and reflected on the player is shallow when it actually exists. It does manage to chip away at some more classical themes regarding human nature and its animalistic depths, while trying to keep balance on the shoulders of a few giants. It has a minimalistic plot. Ambiguity and implications are utilized more than actual storytelling. Arrival, malaria, grunt work for both factions, relocation, more grunt work. Halfway through the game, you're not any closer to your real objective. Then you kill captains of both factions and you and Jackal sacrifice yourselves. A story like this wouldn't even need a real script, only a basic framework. Just imagine yourself narrating it to someone. It's impossible to spoil. There
Find
just
the beast
isn't a
that
lot of
roams these
traditional
lands and
story in
kill it.
Far Cry 2.
We will
Apart
make
from
good
forcing
use of
its
the
story onto
resources it
players through
provides.
cutscenes and monologues, Far Cry 2 places a lot of its broader story into gameplay itself, suggesting it through world building, combat experience, and other thematically consistent elements. Billboards, European companies, old slave outposts. Some of these are too subtle and many players will just march past them as if they were simple dead objects. They've tried to utilize a natural tendency of human brains to create stories out of everything, sort of how a dark figure amongst the tree line becomes Bigfoot. They've provided a context and scattered pieces of the story throughout the world. The rest is just the interaction of players' personality, gameplay, and and randomness. But I wouldn't say that players become creators. It's more like piecing a puzzle. You don't create art, you only direct your own experience within a finite framework. You can't experience zombie apocalypse by playing Far Cry 2. Depending on preference, this could be deemed lazy writing or brilliant storytelling. You take from it what you want or can't. It is a lot like a Rorschach's test, a neutral stimuli to which people react differently, manifesting their personality in the process. Therefore, Far Cry 2 can be a game where nothing literally happens for 15 hours and then you kill yourself, or an interactive journey into the heart of darkness. Problem is, it is extremely easy to come off as pretentious or unable to actually deliver a story, so you have to hide behind ambiguity and player freedom. But despite these stories you create out in the world of Far Cry 2, developers will force their own story onto you. In the back of the cab, sick with malaria, twice bedridden without control, thrown on a pile of corpses in a truck heading for a mass grave, knocked unconscious, sent on a suicide mission. These are situations your avatar is in outside of actual gameplay, and you choose none of them. In combat, you're given a fair chance. Outside of combat, you have to sit and watch what happens. So it doesn't matter that you perhaps haven't died a single time during your whole playthrough. You still get to be dominated by the story. It is merciless in its finality. This fits the general aesthetics, no doubt about that, but it doesn't really create that sense of a real puppet master somewhere above it. Unless Jackal has mastered black magic, there is no reason for you to follow him blindly. I was interested in him as a character, but I never felt mesmerized by his presence. You are a mercenary, working for money. There is no reason for you to believe any of his philosophizing and sacrifice for a noble cause. Your character wouldn't even understand half the things he says. They would bounce right off of his skull. You two are just not on the same level. Perhaps I want to survive and retire after all. Why would a player accept the idea that he became cancer while playing? This epiphany comes out of nowhere and feels forced. The game offers no logical reasons for you not to be like other mercenaries, clinging to life despite all the atrocities, despite the horror. There is just no sense for us to follow Jackal's Call of the Void. The character wouldn't even hear its echo. The only way to explain it is to force meaning into it. The game itself reduces it to a journal entry, implying that the character will probably die from malaria. If Jackal has decided not to manifest his will to power anymore, doesn't mean the player has as well. Nothing in the game supports the heaviness of such a decision. Character's obedience ends up feeling like a god from the machine. Determinism seems to be the necessity of game design. The way things happened is the only way they could have happened. Ironically, this is nowhere more obvious than in games claiming to promote player's choice. No matter how much you stress about a particular branching in the story, it ends up in a scripted event only slightly different from other endings. Games are complete. Life is not. While Far Cry 2 tries to balance between the two during combat, its story is completely out of your hands, which fits the idea of depowering the player. The problem is, outside the actual story, you have a chance. Once the story starts to happen, you lose all control. Why wouldn't you pull a gun and shoot Jackal in the face mid-sentence? Nothing stops you from doing it except developers. The rest of the game and its teams would welcome such behavior. Game reduces the explanation of these actions to a sentence on a loading screen and a couple more in your journal. Why would he begin or keep on working with any faction? Why wouldn't he make a deal with the king and kill his son instead? You can kill or abandon your buddies, but that's where your freedom ends. And even then, it's the freedom that lets you make choices with no meaningful effect on the story. For a couple of hours, you are unleashed into a world where things just wait to kill you. Then you are firmly strapped inside your perspective during cutscenes. They give you freedom, then they take it away. Rinse and repeat until the game ends. BioShock explored determinism much more seriously, incorporating it deeper into its plot. If you are lucky or brutal enough, you will survive the world of Far Cry 2, but its story kills everything. Killing all the mission givers by the end of the game isn't even possible in most RPGs. In Far Cry 2 it's the norm, but it's not your choice. Those you spare are grouped inside a hut for one last time and killed indiscriminately on Jackal's behalf. The only time Far Cry 2 lets you create your own experience is outside of the actual story. The story is always painfully the same, and what differences exist are completely meaningless, sometimes even hard to notice. The one who tasks you with the assassination gets killed himself an hour later. No matter how hard you fight, you can't win that shootout at the end of the first act. You will always end up on a pile of corpses. Reasoning behind this would be that you were outnumbered and cornered, but you face a lot of randomly worse scenarios out in the world and come out of them alive. Emergence is turned off, failure becomes the only option. Far Cry 2 basically has its own "would you kindly" moment, except it's never spoken. combat. At the very beginning, you are pinned to the bed and forced to listen to what Jackal has to say. In the end, you have to choose between suicide now or suicide later. This annuls everything you did in between. The only thing that stays is player's experience. How does a dog of war in combat become a puppy once control is taken from the player?
Missions are perhaps the final consequence of video game design, a culmination of all past design choices.
How are those characters and their motivations going to interact within the game, from dialogues to combat, following all the rules and freedoms developers had intended, and in a meaningful and consistent way if possible? How do these parts create a movable whole? This is where everything comes to life through interaction. Free roaming is important, but there is less creative control. This traditional mission-oriented structure usually advances the game towards completion, exploring themes and aesthetics with more control and direction from developers. It sets a goal at the end of each action. It provides motivation, reward, and meaning. One of the first realizations I had while trying to pry open Far Cry 2 is how closely it follows that good old, well-established GTA 3 formula. You are left inside this digital playground with some backstory. Everything is open, but there is also a clear structure through which you progress. World has its rules, you have your freedom, but if you want to push the story forward, you have to complete missions. Storyline and free roaming are two distinct parts. There's even a set of assassination missions very reminiscent of GTA 3 payphone assassinations for Mari chunks. I wouldn't call it neither an homage nor a ripoff. It is simply a lasting legacy of a simple and effective design. You receive almost all missions in the same way. You enter a ceasefire zone, soldiers bark at you, your gun is lowered in submission. You talk to the bodyguard, he frisks you for weapons. This happens every single time. He leans forward, stretching his arms to feel over your clothes. He lets you in. The base is the old and the new. Tribal relics
Have
and
you come to prove your prowess to the
posters.
Shikar?
In an empty hallway, you can hear boss's voice resonating from the upper floor. You go through the door, they stop talking, acknowledge your presence. Bodyguard closes the door behind you. You can't leave. There's a black man and a white man, a leader and right hand. They talk about their problems, none of which really concern you. As a character or player, you get to hear cold-hearted rationalizations behind morally dubious actions, and they come from both sides. You're just the hand that carries them out, and you can't help but wonder how things are ever going to get better with two options like these and plenty of mercenaries to carry out their will. They offer diamonds. It's not an offer you can refuse. It stopped being once you handed over your weapons at the doorstep. You take the files, there's a small safe in the wall, but this is not Fallout. They add that this is a secret operation. Their boys are going to shoot on sight. It's nice to know. Their faces disappear behind a closing door. You knock at the front door, bodyguard opens it and lets you out into the street. All of this while trapped in a first-person perspective. This is how you design receiving a mission without a cutscene. And later, when you need to assassinate one of the leaders, bodyguard lets you in with a thumbs up and a smile. What an ironic change. You can't help but feel an overwhelming difference once you enter this holy space with a gun in your hands for the first time, because it is such a strong contrast to all your previous experience. Myriad of characters have conflicting interests. You navigate all of them until you get tangled to the point where a large-scale massacre is inevitable. After it happens, credits roll. Majority of video games have a purpose behind all the action. Everything that happens, no matter how horrifying, complicated, or difficult, is grounded with some kind of meaning at the end. Overcoming yourself, winning, losing, dying a meaningful death. Not in Far Cry 2. You get to play out absurdity, mission by mission, experiencing it through your avatar. Both factions are literally the same, and you get to see it firsthand. In-game clock marches on mercilessly as you dance in the grey spectrum of good and bad. This is where developers trick you into killing without offering a princess at the end, or even Jackal's head. You commit all these crimes, methodically piling bodies on top of each other, all of it with the idea of meaningful ending as a form of reward or redemption. What you actually get is more of the same until you die. Despite everything you've done, factions still try to unite. Your bodies betray you and you die at the end. Progressing the story offers no reward besides diamonds. You are, somewhat pretentiously I have to admit, left with a 20-hour experience of meaningless and absurd grunt work. Mindless killing for money and survival. And besides what satisfaction
really
you've already gotten from such an experience, the only other chance for
That's video
appreciation
games.
of this game you're left with is the recognition of consistency between its higher concepts and its mechanics. Far Cry 2 strives
good.
to offer contents with inform and encourage contemplation satisfaction through immersion. It risks everything. That's why it's either loved or hated. It wishes to pull you into its harsh world with first-person perspective, to make you play out this incredibly impersonal story where there is literally no reason for anyone to care about anything, where the only mystery remains unsolved and the only task unfinished, only to shove you out of it, roughly and without any consideration for your plans and wishes, to show you what you've done, what you were a part of for the past 80 hours from a
Damn
distance.
it.
At its core, it isn't a story about the Jackal or the Civil War. It is an interactive story about often unseen, ignored, and denied parts of human psyche. And that story doesn't end with your death or credits. It ends and begins with you shutting off your computer. If you look at Far Cry 2 as a game about hunting the Jackal, there's barely any story or gameplay to back it up. If you consider it to be a story about a certain aspect of human condition, it all makes sense. All these pieces of shrapnel, splinters, and slugs you had to pull out of your body, all the grunt work you did for factions on opposite sides of an endless war, all that hassle with malaria pills, it was all for nothing. It doesn't end with victory. It doesn't even end with a difficult moral choice. It ends with credits. What a game, what an ending. You can't beat Far Cry 2, you can only finish it. It reminds me of the infamous Sopranos ending. What did anyone expect? Utopia. Humans growing white feathery wings on their backs. Jackal's head rolling down the steps of his invisible kingdom. Democratic elections, perhaps. At the end of BioShock or Fallout 3, you get to be a hero or a villain by your choice. In Far Cry 2, you end up sacrificing yourself without any sense of heroism. It is not a good deed, not even a redemption.
There's no ideology at all. There isn't even a desire to win. There's no sense in it. No sense in it at all.
No.
Mission structure is so bare that
That to
body
me is
side missions
war.
feel mandatory. In one
That's why I've
faction
always thought it
mission,
was
you have
so
to destroy
bad.
the
It was
greenhouse bomb.
war
You
is so
literally
fucking
have to
bad.
go there, shoot up a bunch of guns, and throw a
The
grenade.
futility
If
of
you
it is
decide
just
to
so
follow your
fucking
body's
stupid.
proposition,
It's
you'll get to
something
see
I
a
won't
field
gauge
covered in fog as
in
your
any way or
body
form.
sprays defoliant over it. Another example of what a shortcut means in Far Cry 2 is
I
the
could
mission
kill
where
you.
have to
What the fuck
assassinate
would it
Yavek
mean?
on his barge. Instead of
You
taking
wouldn't
out
have
a
in
familiar
a life
approach
anymore. I
fighting
mean, what
through
would it
your
mean?
target's
Like, what's the
bodyguards,
point?
Park a truck with a missile head on a bridge above his boat and crush the whole thing down on his head. If that's not a shortcut, I don't know what is. Variety they bring to the game almost makes it feel complete. Otherwise, it's just destroy, assassinate, steal. Despite forcing its story onto you and its meticulous absurdity, the game never tells you what to think about any of this. It forces you to commit crimes, but there's no morality system. It punishes you in the end, but without judgment. Judgment itself is left to players. When I play BioShock or Vampire or Dishonored, I simply know that if I choose a more violent approach, which is usually easier, the game is going to impose some simplistic morality onto me. If not through the world changing and reacting to player, then through good and bad endings, that epitome of lazy writing. You will eventually be faced with
The
a
hell
bad
was
image of
that?
your character. Problem is, they often feel
The hell?
forced and oversimplified. You always end up becoming a power-hungry tyrant, corrupted or doomed for eternity. This forces finality into the story, which isn't always supported by the gameplay. Once they take control from the player, they can impose any sort of moral judgment under their playthrough, and it feels more like arm twisting than sending a message or teaching a lesson. Far Cry 2 doesn't offer a less violent way. It wants you to be a mercenary and do what mercenaries do best, and then feel the consequences. There is a certain desire in humans to have a clear, thick line drawn between good and evil, so that every trigger pull can be guilt-free. Far Cry 2 doesn't
the beast that
gamify
roams
reality
these
to an
lands
extent
and kills.
Wolfenstein or Call of
We will
Duty.
make good use
It
of
doesn't
the
give you
resources
heroes
to
and
provide.
villains. Instead, it presents you with its palettes of brown world and grey morality, and it comes really close to being serious, mature, modern art, ridden of power trips, offering an experience of absurdity. Now, you don't kill
That's the
baby
Far Cry 2
angels,
I
but
know.
it definitely doesn't feature as easy targets as Nazis or terrorists. Literature and film had explored such themes for a long time, and video games have been introducing the trend for some time now. Kane and Lynch already offered a pure action experience without any judgment or reward a year before, and GTA 4 had two endings deprived of complete satisfaction. You've killed all the bad guys, but you weren't really the hero of the story like in San Andreas. Films and books don't always make you feel good, and games shouldn't either. There are myriads of irreplaceable experiences waiting for us if we discard the idea of winning or losing and accept simply experiencing something through interactivity. This is necessary if we want video games to cast off the image of mindless entertainment. It's not just developed
developers who have to leave comfort zones with their creativity and directions they take. Players also have to challenge their approach to experiencing video games. Far Cry 2 offers a glimpse of such an approach. Borrowing smartly, presenting rip-offs as homages and pastiches has always led to some great art. Far Cry 2 had a lot of aesthetical influences at its disposal. I've already mentioned the GTA 3 influence on the game design. Then there's Half-Life and its narrative through gameplay without cutscenes breaking the flow. Boiling Point Road to Hell comes to mind as well, with a similar formula and atmosphere. A large open world, lots of weapons, different factions, freedom of approach, exotic setting featuring wilderness. But its main influence comes from other mediums, mainly film and literature, Lord of War, Blood Diamond, and a more classical source, Heart of Darkness. Any decent analysis of these influences requires a separate video. It is obvious developers paid close attention to all significant works related to their setting and themes. Orlov from Lord of War is a mouthy arms dealer who is all too happy to blab about his success to the viewers. Orlov himself was based on a real-life arms dealer, Victor Bout, who smuggled and sold surplus weapons from ex-Soviet states to Africa. He is currently serving a prison sentence in the United States. He also has a somewhat murky past with a history of military service. Some newspaper outlets dubbed him the Merchant of Death. Archer is an ex-mercenary, gun runner and a diamond smuggler who likes to put a filter of moral relativism on everything and uses DIA as an ultimate argument for why a grim future cannot be stopped. At the end, he sacrifices himself in order to save a piece of Africa from getting into wrong hands. The influence here is obvious. Both Archer and Orlov have no problem watching people die as a result of their actions, rationalizing it with the argument that the exact same would happen without them, if not with AKs then with machetes. But these characters aren't enough to piece together someone like Jackal. Something more mythical, mysterious, inaccessible has to be there. Archer and Orlov are golden boys, businessmen. There's not an ounce of mystery in them. Final and most important ingredient is Mr. Kurtz. Just like in the book, all of Far Cry 2 is oriented towards the Jackal. This is where the character of the Jackal emerges, between myth and flesh, between contemporary criminals and an archetypal character. The horror is constantly implied through the whole game, with meaningless deaths, all too human savagery, greed and schemes, witnessed by the indifference of nature that encompasses all of it. Without Heart of Darkness, Far Cry 2 literally doesn't exist. Take it out of the game and you'll be left with an open world demo with interesting fire propagation system. Harsh nature of the world and human interaction within definitely comes from these films, but mystery, human nature, universal savagery, that comes from Heart of Darkness. And all too literate reference is present. Once you enter the Heart of Darkness, there is no turning back. It is literally the beginning of the end of the game. History of video games is happening as we speak. New games are being released, old ones are getting older. Cult followings survive and new ones emerge. There are graveyards and there's orphans. As with many works of human origin, we need comparison to truly evaluate something. What place does the Far Cry 2 take within the series, the genre, and the video game history? It is not the first one, therefore it's not the Adam of Far Cry, but it differs from the first one and has similarities with the rest, therefore it originated parts of the current identity. Far Cry series owns its identity to both first and second installment. Like with all the others, people still love it, hate it, play it, will never touch it, and consider it to be the best worst in the series. Still, to this day, there is nothing out there quite similar to Far Cry 2, not even a Far Cry 2 clone, which says a lot about the game, positive or negative. Taking its aesthetical experience holistically, you won't find a lot of similar games out there. It is a AAA game that isn't afraid not to be for everyone, and I don't think that history is finished with it. As repetition, pretentiousness, insulting design, and sensationalism begin to pile up, even amongst indie developers, I believe that many will find merit in Far Cry 2. Video games always try to have more crunched in, even if it sticks out. Far Cry 2 decided on a simple, almost crude formula, focusing heavily on just a number of things that will reinforce their main concept of what the game should be and what experiences it should offer. They've established a set of design rules that fit the aesthetics of the game, and worked within that framework. This is why Far Cry 2 feels like such a tight package of aesthetics. It seems to me that the majority of criticism is because Far Cry 2 isn't like a typical video game. Why isn't there a clear good and bad side? Why is the sense of progression so slow? Why do guns deteriorate, jam, and explode? Why don't they last forever? Why are enemies so persistent? Why isn't there a free roam after you finish the game? All of these could be answered by the same answer. Developers wanted to create a different experience, and all of these things do that.
A
Echoes
gun
of the
that
fallen.
never deteriorates is never going to be the same as the one that does, and that makes all the difference. I feel like a lot of people had problems with those exact elements that made the game unique. If all these things were actually taken out of the game,
we all return to the earth. But this is a perversion. The souls of my kin sense the wrongdoing and linger. We must help them. My totem will reach their spirits. I only hope it is enough to calm them.
Please, tell my son Rui and Escara that I love him, and I'm sorry.
You're not alone.
it would be just like Far Cry 2
I like to
with
try to
fewer
see. Oh,
maps. And since preferences are just manifestations of our personalities, things regarding the legacy of Far Cry 2 aren't going to change anytime soon. As long as there are players out there that aren't afraid to see more than entertainment in video games, who aren't scared by narratives where you don't get to be the hero of the story, players who see games as a serious medium for translating and simulating spectrums of human thought and experience, outside of simple dichotomies, there will be room for a black sheep like Far Cry 2. I believe that hand-holding, intrusive HUDs and empowering gameplay are going to reach their peak of banality, and different designs will find their way into the market, which will bring Far Cry 2 into the spotlight once again as an inspiring dinosaur. If players today remember Far Cry 2, I believe it is because how its aesthetical elements came together. Behind almost every mechanic, there is an idea that unifies the experience thematically. Everything connects on a web of mechanical and narrative interactions that create a unique aesthetical experience with a singular effect. In later installments, while trying to sand off the rough edges of Far Cry 2, developers had taken some brilliant things out of the design and moved to a more generic side of first-person shooters. Far Cry 3 lets you do fun things you'll never experience in real life, while Far Cry 2 makes you do things you'd never wish happened to anybody. Far Cry 3 has a theme, but its gameplay is empowering chaos. Far Cry 2 is chaos with a message supported by the gameplay. Far Cry 3 offers fun through action. Far Cry 2 explores a certain theme through action. Bottom line is, video games are too often fun-oriented, which is why they are rarely classified as anything other than pure entertainment and not art, because they don't try nor have anything to say about human condition. It is hard to explore serious subjects through fun and empowerment. Far Cry 2 offers a much higher level of consistency. Its environment tells a story, characters tell a story, mechanics tell a story, and at the end, it's all a single story. While working on this text, I've often find myself editing out a recurring sentence. Despite its flaws, Far Cry 2 offers a unique aesthetical experience, and that's the best possible conclusion I can offer.
can't move. Why? The fuck, man. So this guy was good. Let's see what else he's got. It's good, but it's not. The subject matter is such that I don't think.
Developed character reinforces the
Yeah, we already watched your stuff, so I don't know. I mean, I don't think. Oh, part 7 is part
Good
7 on?
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John. This is many a true nerd. Welcome back to Fallout Tale of Two Wastelands. Well, last time we went on a culinary adventure for Moira, but yes, today we need to turn our attention to something a bit more practical. In particular, yes, I'm feeling like my loadout could do with some improvements. I need some better guns, damn it. And what better place to start than Rivet City Marketplace? A beautiful gun vendor in there, one of the biggest markets in all of Fallout 3. But I know what you're thinking, John. Why has Rivet City been rotated 90 degrees? Because these doors aren't supposed to be there. They're supposed to be, yeah, like one a wall over. And yes, there's a reason for this. I noticed Rivet City has been a bit redone, and one of the people who made the mod was kind enough to email me and let me know why. It's because actually the original doors were kind of in the wrong place. After all, in the base game, the bridge tower door is supposed to be right here. So just imagine for a second, bearing in mind, yes, where the walls are and whatnot, how the internal geometry of Rivet City is supposed to go. Step inside the stairwell and you turn left in order to access the various corridors that lead back towards the stern of the ship. So we've turned left and now we're walking in a straight line, but this shouldn't be possible. It doesn't make sense. We should have immediately passed out to the ship, unless of course there's like a hidden invisible corner we simply don't have access to. This door doesn't make sense being where it's supposed to be in the base game. It simply doesn't work. And the reason yeah, Rivet City underwent some last minute tweaks in the later stages of Fallout 3 development. The entire boat was moved. Its orientation was supposed to be different. It was supposed to be somewhere over there, nearby to the Jefferson Memorial, and not as it does right now, facing from kind of east to west vaguely, I'd say. But yeah, it all got moved around, areas got cut, the engine room got taken out, etc, etc, etc. Basically, yes, Rivet City was a bit hacked together, leaving its internal geometry a bit of a mess. So this mod has just rearranged some of the doors to make Rivet City actually make sense in terms of, you know, its internal coherent layout. And you can spot in the game some of these last minute tweets that actually came after the voice lines have been recorded. So say we go over to this lovely guard right here and ask her to point me in the direction of the science lab.
At the stern. That's the west end to you.
So okay, the game clearly states the stern of the ship, that's the rear, is at the west.
We were traveling
Except
on the
no,
road when the
no it's not.
gnolls
The
ambushed
stern
us.
is very categorically and visibly
my
to the east.
spirit to
The bow, the
drive
front of
them
the ship,
back.
that's to the west, and we know that's the bow, and that can't possibly be the stern, because that area is called the broken bow if you go over to the doors. So the guards are simply wrong about the geographical facing of this boat. So yes, the rearrangement must have come after the various voice lines were recorded, which is very, very interesting indeed. Anyway, just a small note about Rivet City and why, yeah, some of the doors might be not entirely where you're expecting. Still, while we were chatting about that, yes, indeed, time passed, the market opened, brilliant. So, if we want a new gun, what better place to start than the gun vendor? Brilliant. Ah, you see, never say no to a very poor condition shotgun that I can use to repair my own. Brilliant. Oh, it's here, thank you too. Some new Vegas mods have been added for, yeah, the revised Fallout 3 gun. So, if I want my 32 rifle to have a greater ammo capacity, I can do that. And honestly, that's pretty cheap, I'm not saying no. Top up the ammo supplies while I'm passing
If that
by
decayed ancient reaches its stop,
and all in all, I'll say
of our
that's a
spears
deal.
and nets won't be
Now, there's
enough
jolly
to
fun
stop
stuff
it.
we could be doing
You
here in
must
Rivet City,
help
but
us.
yes, indeed. I'm after one person in particular who's going to be pointing me at the adventure I want to go on today. Here we go, the
I
lovely
give you my
May
strength,
Wong.
adventurer.
Stay away from me.
Avenge
What do you
us.
want? Are you one of those?
And yes, indeed, I am one of them, because the one of them she's talking about is slavers, and I'll be honest, I have dabbled in a bit of slavery, you know, obsessively got ourselves a runaway slave and somebody trying to track her down, except there's actually a bit more to it than that. You see, I imagine most people on speaking to May Wong just to give her the money. She wants 25 caps to buy a gun to defend herself, and in this game, 25 caps is loose change down the back of the sofa. So I imagine most players just give it to her and never think about this mission again, because she wants to protect herself but not be a slave again. Seems fairly legit, but yes, there is one rather important thing. She's wrong. Sister is a slaver and is on this boat looking for an escaped slave, except it's not May that he's looking for. Regardless, I'm going to give her the money because she gives me in return something that's going to be rather useful to me.
I don't have anything to give you, but I think I can trust you with a secret. If you ever go up north, there is a secret slave hideout called Temple of the Union. You might find them useful.
So there we go, Temple of the Union, very nearby to Minefield. We'll be nipping over there in just a second. But yeah, as I was just saying, though May is now very happy and I've picked up some karma and she's given me this location, she was wrong. Sister was never looking for her in the first place. So just head to the hotel room and crack open Sister's door. Very easy, anybody can do it. And yes, indeed, on this table, we've got the answer as to who Sister is really looking for.
Leave a little assignment from the Commonwealth. A very important slave escaped into the wasteland. Well, it's not exactly a
So
slave.
they all chose to lend their power to my totem. Brinna squeezes her eyes shut in sorrow. Thank you, my friends. We will use this
Time, I'll bring
thing is the job paid
Gnolls
off.
can be fascinating creatures. They're not evil, only wild.
Man might be looking to get in touch with the doctor or
Well met.
What were they doing with these? Using them to turn ward bound.
We can achieve anything.
Pardon me if I'm a little distracted. Have you ever tried to maintain so many mirror images at such distance? What a headache.
The Azure archives have a vast collection of magical items. I won't have much control over this, but surely something useful will come out. Nope, not that. Definitely not that. I'm losing connection. Come on. I think this will do.
Oh my.
Let's do this, friend. Hop on the book.
Book.
By Norganon's beard, this thing has a temper. Hold on. There. Now, first take down those shamans holding a barrier around the Ancient.
Shall we work together?
Those shamans are tough. Use a charge or a blast to take them out.
What brings you?
We need to take out all 3 shamans before we can breach the barrier around the Ancient.
The Ancient is vulnerable. Quickly!
It's not enough!
Come, my friends, my family! Help us protect our home!
Excellent. Now to the cave, before more come.
Thank you, my friends. Rest now. Karkut awaits.
You did well, hero, thank you. That tree was probably not their only pool of decay, but it was the riskiest one for the Tuskar and this ley line. With it gone, this area may be able to recover. It will take time, but it will heal. I'm glad we were able to give the spirits of those Tuskar some peace. Realignment. Now for this ley line. It looks like my fears were correct, the decay has spread into the line itself. We'll need to purge the decay and speed along the healing process, but I can't channel enough energy with my mirror image alone. Focus yourself on this ley crystal here. My connection with you will help me teleport here physically. Then, I will be strong enough. Focus on the ley crystal, then destroy 3 decay infections.
Come back soon.
Pardon me if I'm a little distracted. Have you ever tried to maintain so many mirror images at such distance? What a headache. Pardon me if I'm a little distracted. Have you ever tried to maintain so many mirror images at such distance?
So he
What a
is
headache.
flesh and blood after all. We were beginning to suspect you were also some spirit.
I assure you, I am very much alive. Now, hero, destroy those pockets of decay that remain. I'll funnel arcane power back into the rotted part of the ley line. It may just be able to restore its power.
What is this? This shifting of the energy of the earth itself. What power? Just who are you, mage?
It's done. Thank you for your assistance, all of you. I've placed a barrier around this ley line to ensure it's protected from further decay. Let's leave this place before more of those gnolls descend upon us.
We did it.
Magic in
Great work,
everything.
Skycat Livet. Breathe the fresh air again. With this ley line restored, and Kaka finishing up on the one in the tower, the Oath Stone should be ready to claim. I must return to the Azure Archives shortly. We did it. Great work, Skycat Livet. Breathe the fresh air again. With this ley line restored, and Kaka finishing up...
Safe.
It's
To Iskara.
always good
Thank you,
to meet
Skycat
someone
Livet,
new.
for all your help. My family is safe because of you. Now, we can finally return to Iskara and see old Ponalyak taken back to the sea. He was my mentor, and a fine chieftain. Please, you must join us. A celebration of the cycle of the sea is something all can share in. Meet Brynna in Iskara. To Iskara.
Let's swap stories again soon.
I should get back to the Azure Archives now. I'm glad I was able to help your people, Brenna.
Nonsense. You must join us as well. Nothing could be more important than a warm bowl of soup after a difficult battle. And I thought you would want to discuss the other Green Coves.
I don't know why I got that many. I don't know why. I don't know why I got that many. Should tell me why I got so many. I don't know. But yep, here we are. Really cute. I don't know. I guess apparently there's 70 mobs right there. I didn't know. How would I know? Whatever. Did I kill any of them? No. God damn it. I didn't get any of those. It counted up so quick. Like, I don't know. I don't have a thing to... Oh, that's the... Yeah, the... Oh, I saw it. I saw the oil, yeah. They want me to come in here. It's dangerous. The loot... I'm getting an interface add-on thing where I think now I might need to go into my add-ons and say there's like a loot one in here, the speedy auto loot. I want to reload UI and see now if Leatrix retained its looting functionality, in which case I have conflicting mods here. Which should make it very hard to... Oh. Also, I think I have some lag, like some bad lag. Yeah, I do, I think. Yeah, I got some bad fucking lag. I don't know. I don't know, you say 65 ms, but I don't know. It feels... Yeah, see, that's much better, see? Well, no, it's not though. Like, look at how bad that is. Like, what the fuck, man? No, it's just lag. I don't know what that is. Well, that was good that I found that. God damn it, man. It's so many mobs doing that. It's so annoying. Whatever. Like, I was just having fun, see if I could do it. I guess I can't. So many mobs. I mean, I got some of them, but not really too good. Did I kill enough over here to get this thing? Let's see. Yep, nice.
I'm sorry for the delay. I'll join you soon. But I think these Tuskar may have some valuable information.
There's no need for concern. Everything is calm up at the tower. I have it perfectly under control. What a charming town. Why don't you relax a bit? Take it easy for once, Callie.
Yes. It's been a while. Please, let me know the moment you need anything. I won't be long.
Why are there so many people here?
I'm so glad you have come to join us. I must ask you to be patient, however. There is still much to be prepared for the ceremony. Make yourself at home. Gather the family. Your friend Kalekgos wishes to speak of ley lines, but preparations must be made for the funeral. While I meet with him, could you gather the final offerings from around Iskara and place them in the funeral boat alongside dear old Ponalayak? I hope you take a moment to enjoy the town, as well. My people will welcome you warmly, especially after your help in Brackenide.
I'm glad we met, friend. It's
Make yourself at home.
Good to meet.
Thank you for taking this time, Brenna.
It is an honor. Let's have a look at these maps. Tukane, could you please ensure our guest gets a bowl of soup? Nonsense. Look how thin you are. Some eel gut soup will get some much needed blubber on those bones.
What?
Make yourself at home. Brackenide Hollow, to the source. We cannot thank you enough for your aid pushing back the Brackenide gnolls. But they continue to gather, using their foul decay magic from some source deep within Brackenide Hollow. Worse, we have not heard from the Tuskar in that area for weeks, now. I fear something terrible is happening there. We must protect our home. Please, gather your forces, find our people, and see what you can do about the decay. Enter Brackenide Hollow and confront Deketriarch Rathi.
Let's swap stories again.
Make yourself at home.
Until next we meet.
my god, there's so much shit here. Fuck, man, it just keeps on going.
The soup doesn't appear to be ready yet.
That's old Polo's favorite tea. Hopefully, he shares some with Karkut on the journey.
The soup doesn't appear to be ready yet. Maybe you should come back later.
A fine
Yes.
day for a fine trade. I'll have more for you when next we meet. I'll put something aside for you next time.
Yes.
Your wares may be better than
Wanted.
mine.
Project the Shori
Let's
Roller.
trade again soon.
How may I help you? Scampering scamps. Hello again. Could you do me and Naruk a favor? Our kids, Nilo and Now, left to play. They know they should be back by now. I am occupied, so please find them. I doubt they are in danger. My kids know how to take care of themselves. Find Nilo and Now.
I'm gonna pause for a snack here.
The right city's sister was hot on the android's trail, but okay, how about we just rewind time
How may I
a
help
little
you?
bit? You see, I don't actually want to touch that tape just yet, because we're not doing Replicated Man today, and there's a very good reason I don't want to pick up that holotape right this second. So, okay, put a pin in that. As I say, today we're going to the Temple of the Union, aside from one small problem. Giving Mei Wong that money has pushed me into being morally good. Okay, you caused this problem, so you are going to help me fix it. Alright, May, you just hold the and lovely. So, May, don't worry about anything. I have got this lovely amulet for you, alright? You are going to love it.
Okay, wait. This thing feels weird. Can I take it off now?
So, fun fact,
No, you can't. No, you can't.
That sounds painful. Okay, which way is Paradise Falls again?
And there we go. Mei Wong has now been enslaved, though the local security are not desperately happy about this, by the way, given I just, walked into their marketplace and then shot one of their citizens with a stun gun and then slapped a bomb collar on her. So, we're going to have to leave for just a tiny bit of time now. Still, mission complete, we're back to neutral. So okay, I gained karma by giving her 25 caps, and I lost karma by slapping a bomb collar on her and condemning her to a lifetime of slavery. This doesn't feel entirely balanced now I say it out loud, actually, no. But you know what? That's okay. I'm going to balance the scales again by going to the Temple of the Union and helping out those guys. And naturally, this brings me back to the location I seem to be coming back to every bloody week. It's one. It's actually very nearby to the Temple of the Union. But before we get over there, no. You need to get checked in with this building right here up the hill from Minefield. Obviously, you get this pretty open game given Moira sent you to Minefield, and do not fail to come in this direction while you are passing by. And in particular, just, ignore the building itself. Instead, we are making our way over here to the smaller outbuilding. But, yeah, be aware, there will be a robo brain or understanding around, so get in position and lovely. This because, yes, like just the swimming is post-weaponry and all the rest of it. Here we go, we've got a line of running, let's make it yeah, here I am, just nice wet robo brains are so slow you can just mine up the area in plenty of time, and then just there we go. That really should have killed you, by the way. That was the one job of the pulse. Okay, fine. Pulse for an 80 so just pop that over. And there we go. That's what pulse mines are supposed to do, damn it. So, into the substation facility. This place is an absolute gem. So, some gonna be mine, mine, very, very happy. And the schematics for the railway line. Oh yeah, oh flipping yeah. And also the greatest treasure of all, tin cans. Everybody loves tin cans. And to make that look good, you need trunk, a battery, a pressure cooker, and a steam assembly. And wouldn't you know it, given this power plant is located just up the road from Longview, you can find it everything you need right there. So start out the unit out, then get the and truck upstairs, move around the corner of bed. And this guy's got the steam assembly thing. And honestly, this is the point where I started getting suspicious that this was all done by design, because you may notice by design, yeah, last time I used to do it, and the easiest kebab, I came straight to my thing. It is my fault that we have intentionally make it the location you can build base to the end of the mall, where I've already been, so it's pretty quick and easy to go.
We'll need your help. Can't leave the situation.
So there we go, we mark objective and head up again. And there we go, Bunker's mission brings us to our picture memorial association store. So, as we've already mentioned technology, we've already got a nice little beachhead right here in the centre of the mall of okay, fast travel back. Yeah. Good. Over the side of the mall, we should be pretty safe to use some samples just in here. Various trenches over that. So, step one, we want to make our way round to the Museum of History. And here we go, because you see, we've got a couple of stops here. Step one, straight ahead of us, on the world, another city we need to visit.
Would you look at that? We got us a smooth here. Oh, we ain't seen much of a type.
And there we go. This is a city of gold. The and conveniently having to join World War II also happens to be Roberto. Brilliant. And honestly, he's pretty bloody good. Red Skill 56 is not terrible. Okay, it's a bit on the expensive side, but I am paying for railway rifle to be increased in power every time. Now today we just don't be passing through, so while we are passing by, there is one rather curious thing in this place. Downstairs we've got Judy, the main trader in this town, and she sells the schematics for the railway ride. Now you may be thinking, John, you've already got the schematics for the railway ride. Yes, this is a mechanic I think just really doesn't work particularly well in Fallout 3, which is if you've got one of the schematics, then the condition of the weapon is, I believe, one repair skill multiplied by 0.5. If you pick up 2 schematics, it's your repair skill times 1, and 3, because there are 3 of every schematic in the world somewhere, 1.25 times repair skill. But this is a bloody weird thing, because you can just take a weapon to like any shop in the city and repair the weapon. Like I can imagine a scenario where my response to a couple of weapons to become low condition is, okay, I guess I'll gather the 4 things I need to craft a new one, but okay, it's just a thing in this game that there are multiple schematics that, yeah, they make the weapon you craft a bit high condition starting, but again, as you can really repair, it's barely going to make a difference compared to skill. The vast majority of characters are going to be rushing to high level. There are so many more important skills. Lockpick, science, primary damage, speed, medicine, loads of stuff. There's just way more important gameplay than repair. Still, the time being, don't worry about it. I'll be back if you want to properly. For the time being, I'm going to desperately try to avoid getting distracted. Instead, we want to sure right by the woolly mammoth. Brilliant. We're going towards the Lincoln. And this here is a really cool area because as you may notice immediately in the background, it's not just the inn here. No. There are rooms and there are pubs. So you don't really have to be, a combat expert to get there. Instead, the introduction, but on top of that, you just get the courage to do a fair whack of the wall for you. The most part though, rooms are hardly the toughest element as well.
I don't really understand this.
Pop them in the back. No, not all of them whatsoever. Especially we can get the odd tanks that you can start. You know what? They're looking pretty screwed, and they do a nice drama roar before they actually charge anyway, giving you a good opportunity to finish them off. Okay, these guys shouldn't want to be approached. We're just here for, yes indeed, picture of the Lincoln Memorial became fun. There are that we're also going to be doing, and I'm also going to be making some historical events in Norway, which is 10 years ago when we visited this museum during Fallout 3 Chile. I made up some untrue facts about and I'm going to make that up to you today by telling you some real facts about Abraham Lincoln and some of the truly weird stories represented by some of the stuff you can find in the museum. So, we're going to put that a little bit more dynamite. Number one, right here in the starting area, Lincoln Diner. Okay, keep it on, and seriously, watch out for turrets, because turrets could really bloody mess with you. And here is the turret doing their job already. Brilliant. I'm also going to give you a really important piece of advice to this area, which is do not use explosives. Because what we're trying to do is collect items that are scattered around these various rooms, and none of them are, like, you know, glued to the table or anything. Oh no. No. They will happily Bethesda off into space. Alright, you just look at nice and funny in this game, and sometimes it'll just decide, hey, I'm gonna go live on the moon now. Or maybe I'm gonna fall out of the world, or go in a wall, and basically I'm not going to be here anymore. So just use bullets. Here we go. Item number one, the Action Abe action figure. And you may notice something rather curious about this guy, which is he appears to be holding a sword. Well, there is a reason so catastrophically stupid, I refuse to believe it was real. Until I found the story repeated on the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum website. So, okay, just bear with me here, because this is going to sound like I'm making it up. Like, this sounds dumber than the stories that I made
A
up
delicious
about Abraham
fishy stew
Lincoln
bubbles before
when
you.
I was doing this
Nearby
to
Tuskar
kill
hungrily
everything.
chug.
But I swear this is true, and you can look this up.
Oh, yeah! Yay! Hummus and Pirate's Booty. Snack was good. Ooh, versatility and 5% maximum health.
So in the year 1842, Abraham Lincoln was involved in a political
Roe,
spat with the
you were the one that came
state
back with the others from
warlord
Brackenide,
James
weren't you?
Shields.
Then
And
you probably know
Abraham
what happened to
Lincoln
Kajieta.
decided to do the
Her son,
only
Roe, has
rational,
been distraught
reasonable
ever
thing
since Brynner and
he
the others
could do
returned
as
without her.
part of this spat,
I'll stay
which
here in
is,
case he comes
wrote a
back, but could
letter
you look
to
for
a
him?
local
I think he ran off towards the ice cave to the
pretending
east.
be a local
He said something
farmer's
about
wife
trying to fight the
called
Yeti in there.
Rebecca, in
Find
which
Roe.
she alleged
Roe,
that James
you were the one
Shields
that came
was a
back with the others from Brackenide, weren't you? Then you probably know what happened to Kajieta. Her son, Roe, has been distraught ever since Brynner and the others returned without her. I'll stay here in case he comes back, but could you look for him? I think he ran off towards the ice cave to the east. He said something about trying to fight the Yeti in there. Find Roe.
Keep the balance preserved.
Roe. Oh, it's him in this where and he's retired. Cool.
You didn't think retirement would keep me out of the game, did you? My eyes
No.
aren't what they used to be, and my hands are certainly less steady, but they can hold these reins.
Goddamn
This
right.
whole Dragon Scale expedition is quite the operation, and I've a mind to do my part.
That's right.
As for the Azure Span, well, it reminds me of some of the best places I've ever been. Protect and herd. I was talking with some hunters out of Iskara the other day, and they mentioned finding a grisly scene. Apparently, a particularly murderous rhino, Bloodhorn, has been goring the smaller Bruffalon in the area. The Bruffalon have enough competition in Azure Span without worrying about getting their herds thinned out by an invasive brute from out of town. Bring me his horn. I'd like to make a good impression on our Tuskar friends. Hunt down.
Be safe out there.
You didn't think retirement would keep me out of the game, did you? My eyes aren't what they used to be, and my hands are certainly less steady, but they can hold these reins. This whole Dragon Scale expedition is quite the operation, and I've a mind to do my part.
May your aim be true.
Man, I have a lot of quests here. But let's get to it.
If you're after goods, I have plenty. A fair trade and a fond goodbye to you.
My god, there's more. There's more. There's like 3 more. Why would there be this many? Let's go. Let's kill off all of that. And let's go do this. Gather the family, right? That's this one. What am I to do? It's like... Oh, gather, yeah.
Chieftain Poloniak carved that for my son, Nomurok. My son fell in Brackenhide, so it seems only right this should return to the sea with its maker.
On this ice, there aren't many herbs to be found. But that only makes the ones that do grow all the more special.
May my wares be useful to you.
Fishing, Aileron Semos. Doesn't anybody know how to fish properly anymore? Ilyuko Turuk wiggles his moustache angrily.
Be careful out there. I await your return with pleasure. May your steps
HMMPH.
be sure and your
HMMMMPH.
catch secure.
You're alright.
Don't forget to take some soup for the
You need a
journey.
fish.
I wonder if if I relogged, it would fix all this, because I think it probably would. I'm gonna go relog and see if it's the server or me. They say it's the server. I saw a bunch of people complaining, but I bet a relog actually fixes it for some reason. Bet it puts me on a new phase that doesn't lag me like that one does. I better go receive mail. I mean, I don't care. No, lag seems like it's still there, but you know, I give it a try, you know. Oh no, the server is very... Maybe I best get out of this zone.
A delicious, fishy stew bubbles before you.
It's like Disney.
Chief Poloniac was a great fighter. He once took a blow from a charging Bruffalon for me. That would have killed a lesser man.
Come in by the fire and rest, Draxa. I hope you don't mind the smell of fish. The Weave of the Tale. My dearest wife, Poa, is an excellent storyteller. But it's been 30 years, and she tells the same ones over and over again. Please, Evoker, talk to Poa and give her a new story to tell. What's that? Tell her a story about your adventures. Don't be ridiculous, I don't want to hear about that. The greatest stories are always about fish. Tell a story about fish, even if you have to make one up.
I'll have more for you when next we meet.
Have you come to hear a tale, traveler? You there, young one. Our warriors take totems with them when they venture out into the Dragon Isles. Our totems are part of our livelihood, they are very important to us. Our enemies delight in taking them as trophies, and we can't let that happen. Please, return any totems you find.
Your tale will be remembered.
Have you come to hear a tale, traveler?
Young one. along.
Come in by the fire and rest, Draxa. I hope you don't mind the smell of fish.
May my wares be useful to you.
Thank goodness, a new story. Let's hear it.
I'll put something aside for you next time.
Have you come to hear a tale, traveler?
Now.
Come in by the fire and rest, Draxa. I hope you don't mind the smell of fish. Come in by...
Let's trade again soon.
After inspecting the drum, you conclude a simple reattachment of the hide will suffice. However, you note several three-toed footprints of dirt on the hide. You suspect Rak has a unique method of playing this drum.
As the tales go, if old Penoliak's spirit returns to us restless, we will carve a stone statue for it to rest within.
Music's very good. Very good. Just perfect. Exquisitely perfect. That vague, subtle strings. I love that. Just kind of like testifying in the background. They're not really playing too much of a tune. They're just... yeah.
Thank you, traveler. We should be just about done here. Could you tell Brenna?
Make yourself at home.
Here? Next time, I'll bring soup.
Your friend is very
Until next
inquisitive.
we meet,
Does he ever take a moment to relax?
I'm glad we met, friend.
I'm
The cycle
glad
of the sea.
you've come.
Thank you, Skycat Livetv. I have learned what I need for now from our
Fair
new
skies and strong winds.
community feasts. There you are, Skycat Livetv. The soup's on. You better hurry up and get to Iskara. Big Keenook has been looking for you. One time he told me to get a slimy, icky spinefish for the soup and I didn't want to, so I yelled, "No, chef." He was so mad I thought he was going to throw me in the soup. Speak to Big Kinuk at Iskara in the Azure Span. Community.
Next time, bring a fist, please.
Welcome, friend. What do orientation, Iskara? Welcome to Iskara, friend. Word of your exploits in Brackenlight has already spread among our people. You have already met many of us, and there are more who would like the chance to exchange knowledge and wares with you. Please, take a moment to familiarize yourself with some of the friendly faces around Iskara. We are a community that supports one another, so just as you have much to offer us, many of our people have much to offer you in return. Familiarize yourself with some vendors with valuable wares.
I'll pass your story along.
A delicious, fishy stew bubbles before you. A delicious, fishy stew bubbles before you. Nearby Tuskar hungrily chug down on bowls nearby. Are you ready to make magic, adventurer? No, I don't mean that hand-wavy stuff some like to make. I mean the mystical aroma arts, the deep knowledge of ingredients and flavor, and the way a soup speaks to you to let you know what it needs. Is that you salivating? No. Must be me. Let's get cooking.
Don't forget to take some soup for the journey. Let us
Good
hear
soup takes
your
time,
story.
patience.
Oh, well, that was good. I wonder. I was like, man, I didn't see the loot. It was laggy as hell. Maybe I go do stuff in some other zones, cause like, yeah, this zone is annoying me. The fucking lag is fucking bad. Go see what's going on in the plains, if there's something up there, or I don't know. Yep, see, it was that zone. Something about that place. Yep. I love flying around with my giant screen. It's so fucking beautiful. With my good frames and my good graphics. Can't skin that, huh? It's a likely story, but sure, I guess I'll take your word at that.
I have many things that might interest you.
Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about?
Keep the balance. If you're
Anything I
after
can do for you,
goods,
friend.
I have
And I make many.
Next time, I'll have even better offerings.
Fool, a liar, and a womanizer. Unfortunately, Shields knew the editor and was able to make him reveal that it was Abraham Lincoln who wrote the letter, which led to some political wrangling, which obviously, these being two rational adult men, ended in James Shields challenging Abraham Lincoln to a duel to the death. Abraham Lincoln, being aware that James Shields was good with a gun and would probably kill him if it came to a duel with pistols, decided to change the terms of the duel. He was the one challenged, so he got to pick the weapon. He picked a sword fight. The reason being, Abraham Lincoln was in good physical shape and more importantly, was very, very tall indeed. Specifically, he had good reach with his arms, giving him a significant advantage in a sword duel. So significant, in fact, that when they met in September 1842 to the duel, James Shields immediately backed down and they called the truce. And not just a truce, James Shields went on to serve under Abraham Lincoln in the Civil War and did so well that Abraham Lincoln promoted him. So, this ridiculous story of Abraham Lincoln writing fake letters in a newspaper under the pen name Rebecca. It's true. You can check this. That's why he's got a sword, I believe. Next up, take out the turret in the back room that's been dealing with all the ghouls for me as they appear to be dead. So, rear back corner, the John Wilkes Booth wanted poster, obviously the lad who shot Abraham Lincoln. Okay, never mind, one glowing one is left, but this here, this is where the railway rifle is going to shine. Because, number one, it's really good at crippling legs. And what happens if you take out a melee enemy's legs? Well, he's pretty much screwed. And now I can just walk away, putting bullets into you at my convenience. Then, when the time is right, oh, it just feels so nice to blast that head away. Okay, but now we're getting into the, yes, rather obscure and easy to miss items. So, down round over here, Civil War draft poster, mixed in with a whole bunch of books. It's kind of supposed to be on the shelf, but, yes, it does just sometimes kind of, you know, Bethesda onto the ground, I think. And this one, a bloody hell. So, in this room, full of various grey patterns, there it is, the famous hats. I walk past this so bloody often, but it is right there. Right, next up, make our way upstairs, right on top of the stairs, and just, oh, blimey. Okay, bit bright there, Pip-Boy Light. That's the Lincoln Memorial poster. That's what we actually need to complete the mission. And right on the desk next to it, we've got a fun historical reference. So, Lincoln's voice, a recording of Abraham Lincoln speaking, which is supposed to exist, but may just be made up and is just basically a historical urban myth, if you will. various stories have circulated that in 1863, a very early piece of recording technology was used to record Abraham Lincoln's voice. However, no one's ever been able to produce the damn thing, so it's probably just a historical hoax or a misunderstanding, or could have just, existed at one point, but it's been lost to history now. Off to the
We'll
side
meet
upstairs,
again, I'm
antique
sure.
coin collection, and then, oh yeah, here we go, the creme de la creme, what we were really
Hello, outsider. How can I assist you with your animal companions?
And a beautiful skill book, never say no to skill book. Oh yeah, Lincoln's repeater. Put inside a display case so you can't accidentally physics it out to the world or something, because
Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about?
It's arguably the best gun in the game. This thing has a ridiculously good power. Damage 46 is brilliant. It has got perfect accuracy in general. It is a good all-round gun. And on top of that, this thing actually bloody existed. So apparently, at the start of the Civil War, an arms company just sent Lincoln a really fancy gun in an attempt to secure an arms purchase for the Civil War. And they've still got it in the Smithsonian Institute. You can go and see it, which is fun. Oh, and on top of that, obviously, aesthetics are very important. This thing, it looks just lovely with the pattern on it and 15 bullets per clip. Beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful. Lincoln's hat, by the way, is actually also a pretty bloody good hat. Speech +5, intelligence +1. Not bad. Not bad at all. And on top of that, oh yeah, it just looks nice and fancy. Alright, it is perhaps the tallest hat in Fallout 3, and that is very, very important indeed. Still, all those items collected, let's just, head round the corner and finish off our main mission first. After all, don't forget that was only part 2 of our mission. Part 1 was, yes indeed, deal with the Lincoln Memorial itself, make sure it's nice and empty. So just take out a handful of wild dogs in this area. Nearby Brotherhood can help me out with that nonsense, like in your plasma weapon there, lovely. Yeah, this side of the mall, much easier to deal with. Handful of dogs, nothing dramatic at all. Alright, other side, much nastier with the mutants and whatnot. And speaking of the mutants and whatnot, yes indeed. Unfortunately, or well, okay, fortunately or not, depending on your perspective, Hannibal was wrong. Mutants are not occupying the place. They were once upon a time, but they're not anymore. They're long since dead, so there's nothing to stop me at this point going back to Hannibal and saying, oh yeah, why don't you just move in? I'm sure there is no problem there whatsoever. Alright, technically I will be fulfilling the brief. Alright, he said to me, check if there are super mutants. No, there's not. However, yes, the slavers probably ought to be taken care of too.
That's close enough. What the hell are you doing wandering around here?
No trouble, buddy, no trouble. Just want to have a bit of a loopsy round.
Curiosity can get a wastelander killed. I'm going to let you through, but you'll have to talk to Mr. Walker first. Follow me. Oh, and stay off the memorial steps. They have orders to shoot anyone that gets too close. The dirt path is safe.
He's not kidding, by the way. One step on the steps, you are an enemy of this faction for life. Because yes, indeed, this mission has got 2 sides to it. The slavers and the slaves. And if you do
Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about? Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about?
Which is fun, but no, we're not going to be doing that, alright? We're going to be doing
Make yourself at home.
Smooth and easy in favor of Hannibal. Not least as there's some rather cool stuff we can do with him yet.
We're from Paradise Falls. We're hunting runaway slaves. Have
You must be new around here.
You know what? I respect this guy for getting straight to the point, and I can now kill all the slavers if I want to, but alternatively, I can tell this guy,
welcome,
oh
friend.
yeah, they're 100%
What do you wish to talk about?
up in Old Olney, which unfortunately for them is a death claw nest. So that is a very nice, easy way of getting rid of them. This is only an option if you've already been and spoken to Hannibal first.
We'll have to go and take care of that little group of rebels. You can come watch if you want. Whether you do or don't, I'm looking to hire a wastelander for a small job. I need someone to bring me some items from a nearby ruin. Are you interested?
And here we go. Everybody wants the same artifacts. but here's where things get a bit interesting, and rather fun actually, which is everybody pays different amounts for different artifacts, and it's not actually random. It kind of makes sense who's willing to pay more for what. You see, most of these items, Leroy Walker, leader of the slavers, he won't actually pay that much for. He just wants to destroy them, so they can't inspire any more slaves, but he's not really, like, you know, super into it or anything. Whereas Hannibal, he'll generally pay more. Leroy Walker, however, the one item he will particularly overpay for is a wanted poster for Lincoln's assassin, because what does Leroy Walker want to do? He wants to find Hannibal and assassinate him. He basically wants to be the new John Wilkes Booth to the post-apocalypse New Lincoln. And yes, if I want access to the memorial, I need to give him something. So a wanted poster's hardly that much of a big deal. You can have this, buddy.
Nice. I'll give you 75 caps for it.
There we go. He likes it, but no. I would like a lot more than that, please.
It's always about the extra caps with you, isn't it? Take your pay.
Still, that's that done, and more importantly, that's these guys are now running off into the distance, because they're under the impression that the slaves are up in Old Olney. So they're just going to gather up their men and head off to take care of their own business. So without firing a shot, I've just taken care of the slavers. This is by far the easiest solution. You definitely want to do it this way, because, yeah, taking out all the slavers, that can be a bit on the tricky side. This isn't a fake out, by the way. They don't just, you know, run to the nearest door and then disappear. They genuinely go down into the tunnels and try and navigate through them to get out of the DC ruins so they can cross the wasteland. You can follow them all the bloody way to Old Olney and see who manages to make it or not. They do also, hilariously, I did not realise this till right now, follow the much more sensible route in and out of Museum Station that I recommended just a few weeks ago. So they've gone down to Anacostia to come out by Rivet City to get out of the tunnels as fast as possible. Now, unfortunately for them, no one ever took out the various super mutant encampments that are dotted along the river. These guys are neutral to basic raiders, but super mutants, oh no. Oh yeah, there we go. So they're now going to attempt to take out this super mutant encampment, but yes, they are potentially going to find themselves outgunned pretty bloody fast, actually. There we go, one goes down already, though to be honest, they're going to do most of the work, which is, you know, not a bad thing in the slightest, one less super mutant camp to worry about. Oh, I'm pretty sure number 2 is down in the background. In fact, actually, hang on. Was that their leader? No, he's still around for the time being at least, so we're not getting involved. Alright, we're just standing back and watching. Okay, so half their number's gone. Don't forget, there are more super mutants over the Jefferson Memorial. And, okay, you guys are, yeah, you're down to 3. And you actually taken out... No, they have not taken out all the mutants. There's definitely one more over there, though. Okay, one of these guys is definitely in a fair whack of trouble. They're not wearing much armor in the slightest, and they didn't even finish off that guy up there. Beautiful. So, okay, now they're going back over this direction. Never mind. Down to 2. Nope, there we go. Last one goes down. There is still somebody up there. I think I just shot the gun out of his hand. Beautiful. Buddy, it's time to go to sleep, okay? And there we go. Leroy Walker goes down. Beautiful. So, mutants dead, one a wasteland captive here. Okay, I'm going to let you go, but it's really important you don't give me any cover, because basically you don't want to know what happens next.
Here, I managed to hide these supplies before they tied me up. You take them. It's the best I can do to thank you.
So okay, yes, if you turn them down, you get loads of karma. Do I still get a giant pile of karma even if I take them?
You're right. I'll try to make it on my own. If I'm careful, I should be okay.
You really should be. Rivet City is like right over there. It is barely round the corner.
Sit, Huxley.
Brilliant. Okay, we're still neutral.
Excellent job, Skycat Yvette. This will go a long way in helping the Bruffalon prosper and will hopefully show our Tuskar neighbors we are also good stewards of this land. We could learn a lesson from Bloodhorn. Just cause we're stomping through this beautiful place doesn't give us the right to do what we want with it. Always leave the world better than you found it.
See?
Safe travels.
Broken traditions, broken bodies. My fellow Furbolg are no longer themselves. They have done bad things. Now, they have become worse things. Furbolg has never... They paired me with Lathos again. I'm a man of innovation, of progress. My inventions are revolutionary. But Lathos, he's always on and on about the importance of protocol. And his military experience makes him bossy. I think I get on his nerves, but maybe that will change when he sees how useful my invention is.
See you around.
They paired me with Lathos again. To the ruins. To the ruins. Are you interested in hearing about...
Oh, it's a little bit bad, but it's alright.
You missed it. We walked right into a sundered flame patrol. Lathos slashed through them, but there were too many. So, I started casting arcane explosions left and right. K-Pow. Zing. Oh, but yes, the energy surge.
Have a good one.
If Ranar's device can neutralize the arcane energy surge, our expedition will be less dangerous. But the RAD won't answer the questions of why, how, and who behind the mysterious surge. For that we must rely on a more traditional approach. What the enemy knows. It is vital that we determine the Sundered Flames mission in these ruins and how it relates to the arcane surge. We'll do this the old-fashioned way, reconnaissance and espionage. The ruins are overrun with Sundered Flame devotees. I am sure some of them carry orders that may illuminate their mysterious goals. Use any means necessary to obtain these documents. Find Sundered Flames documents and bring them to Lathos.
Farewell.
If Ranar RAD anomalies. There is RAD anomalies. There is a lot of arcane energy here. But the RAD can help with that. It's an awesome device, it's right in the name, Ranar's awesome device. It detects and dispels arcane energy. Here, hold it. Do you feel the power in your hands? No. Well, now that you've got it, take it and dispel those anomalies. Use
Looking for something
The
specific?
land cannot
That arcane
sustain so much wildlife. You must cull them.
Wouldn't go that way, like seriously, that way is. You know what, some people you just can't bloody help. There is a giant city inside, right over there. There's even a caravan in the way that would have protected you, but she was determined to run into the Jefferson Memorial. Okay, some people you just can't bloody help. Still, while we're passing by Riven City, there is in fact one other interest of fire that the game never mentions to you. Here we go, the Preservation Society, right here in Riven City. The lad here, Abraham Washington, though of course he's most associated with, yes, the Declaration of Independence mission, he is very happy to buy every bit of Lincoln gear off you. And the particularly fun thing is that the items he's willing to pay most for, i.e. more than Hannibal, are the ones that would make the most sense in a museum. In particular, he loves the recording of Lincoln's voice, and will pay more for it than anybody else will, because bloody hell, that would be one hell of a museum exhibit. Even though he's willing to pay most, though, you don't want to come at him just yet, because yes, there's one other slightly odd, possibly accidental tweak to this mission, which is, first up, we should go back to Hannibal. Step 1, give Caleb the drawing.
I'll have no problem restoring the memorial to this. Thank you.
Unfortunately, you don't actually get paid for that. Now, if you really want to maximize the amount of money you make, you can sell that to Leroy and then steal it back or just pick it off his corpse when he gets himself killed. Anything else you sell to Leroy just disappears forever. The same is also true for Abraham Washington. Sell him something and Jeff just sort of disappears. However, Hannibal, he works a bit differently. So what I'm going to do now is sell everything to Hannibal. And there are a couple of fun twists to those as well. You see, most of these he'll just pay a decent amount of money for. So the penny with Lincoln's face on it. Fine, but hardly spectacular. However, there are two items of particular interest.
What a ridiculous hat. I'll pay you 25 caps for it.
How dare you say this is a ridiculous hat? How flipping dare you?
I'll try this right away.
And he puts it on. He actually puts it on immediately. And as for the rifle, same deal. These two items, i.e. the ones you can actually equip, he will equip and he'll use them. Or at least he's supposed to. Today he's decided he doesn't want to use it and I'm not sure why. Possibly the mod has slightly interfered with his choice of weaponry. But if we just crouch down for a second, as you can see here, he has got every single item on him. Which is just absolutely beautiful. Just like Leroy though, if you let him walk there, which he will now try and do, he is 100% going to die horribly at some point pretty bloody soon. So don't let him. Alright, it's a long bloody way to the DC ruins. He's going to die. Instead, just teleport there and the game will just kind of assume he makes it. All we do is return to the Mall of Northwest and nearby to, the Lincoln Memorial. This tunnel, by the way, if you go down this way, it leads down into Georgetown. So if you want to get into the same area we were in last week, and that's how you do it. As for, the lab itself, he won't just teleport here. It'll take him about 24 hours, but if I'm not nearby, he'll be completely safe. Here we go, following morning he appears, and there we go, finally. He actually bothers pulling out the gun there.
Take these schematics as a token of regret.
So, down there is a good
This
selection
group of
of
angry
loot. This
thieves
is,
cannot be
it's a
calmed.
lovely mission.
Cut them
XP,
down.
fine, but more importantly, the dark gun. And here we are, level 10, so, okay, you know what? Let's get some round numbers going on. It's upsetting me when there aren't round numbers, damn it. And, okay, science at 35, move that towards average, fine. See 28, that will do, lovely. And here's a cute twist, by the way. Fight the power still exists, but yes, now it is DT and bonus critical chance against Brotherhood and Enclave, as well as NCR Legion. But, no. Obviously, finesse. For this character, there is no alternative. And now the Landjar walks in and occupies the place, and I just realised, because he actually ran straight out at the raiders, and didn't actually sweep the place for traps, mines, etc., and are you guys gonna be okay? No, he's just kind of bumbling around down here, which is a problem, because I'm going to be honest, we've got, two issues actually. Number one, I'm now morally good, and that is unacceptable to me. And number two, you, buddy, are sitting on, a giant pile of valuable goods, together with, yes indeed, like, the best gun in the game. And that means you need to go down, and to do that, well, as we are now taking out a group of slaves, how about we do it in a rather fun, ironic way, using the enslavement gun. Because the Mesmetron is a weird old thing with a couple of really weird tweaks to it that can be very, very useful indeed. So, as we've discussed before, when you shock someone with it, it rolls the die. It can stun them, so you can enslave them, or it can cause their head to explode, or it can frenzy them. However, there are certain issues with that calculation. In particular, some characters can't be enslaved, because the game needs them for other bits and pieces. And other characters can't die, they're tagged as essential. And if that's true, that means the probability of a character being frenzied starts going up, as in to the point of certainty. Not every character, sometimes the game is sensible enough to, set restrictions that mean the character can't be frenzied. But a surprisingly large number of characters can, and I think you probably know where we're going with this actually. So just line up a nice fat shot. So here, and just one shot in the leg will do it. In fact, you know what? No, the head. In his beautiful, beautiful hand. He now pulls out his gun, but you may notice he's not just attacking me, he is attacking everybody. All the other slaves have now turned on him because they just sort of know by magic that he is in fact now a bad person. But unfortunately, he's going to do a lot of damage to them too. Not least they just gave him the best gun in the game. He is going to gun down his friends who he only just liberated. And no, not me. Shoot your dear old friends. Dear old flipping dear. Right, just hide out the way for
We're
1
drawing
second.
close to the
There
end
we
of our
go.
hunt.
He's already taken out his
Blow
own
the horn to
dog.
signal
He's
the
about to
other
murder
hunters.
Bill right there. And seriously, you can do this a lot. A surprisingly large number of characters, you can just walk up to them, shoot them with the Mesmetron, and then just walk away as their own friends turn on them. It's beautiful. Okay, hang on. Who are the survivors now? Because there's definitely... Okay, Bill's down over there. He's not paying attention to me, but he's using a terrible pistol that's
This
not
area
doing a
needs to
thing.
move.
So don't worry
There
about
are more
that.
places
There
ripe for
goes
hunting.
Bill.
The
Okay,
Shakar
possibly this
will
might be a
seek
bit
out
too
new
evil,
grounds.
actually. I wasn't planning to do this much murder. You've already been... No. I need to... I wasn't planning to kill all these people myself, actually. I was planning for, you know, Hannibal to do most of it. So you're now just running with no gun. Good, you can swap your gun. Head pops off. Does anyone know what happened to Hannibal? Because yes, they murdered Hannibal, but I think they kind of knew it was somehow my fault. There we go. There's the lad right there. So, Hannibal, just help myself to all of this, including some lovely bits and pieces. Small issue, mind.
If Ranan's device can neutralize the arcane energy surge, our expedition will be less dangerous. But the IED won't answer the questions of...
I think possibly
If Ranan's device can neutralize the...
and gone walkabouts.
HL.
Did anybody
You
see
dispelled the
where it
anomalies,
went?
but the IED still detects an
There
arcane
we
surge.
go. Okay. It was shot out of his hands and
If Ranan's device can neutralize...
It's all under control. It's right there. It's still in pretty bloody good condition. Okay, good.
If Ranan's device can neutralize the arcane energy...
Yes,
The reckoning is at hand.
Probably
Thank you, Psychaclivet. I am humbled by your skill and efficiency. Maybe I'm not the only one who will be a good influence on Ranan. Now, let us find out what the Sundered Flame is doing here. These documents refer to a Pharaoh as the leader of this contingent of Sundered Flame. She sounds very ambitious and ruthless, a dangerous combination of traits. These ruins lay atop what she refers to as a point of power. I think we can safely say she wishes to claim it for the Sundered Flame and herself. But it is unclear what she will do with it once she harnesses it.
Death to all who oppose us. Our
These documents
enemies
refer
will
to a
fall.
Pharaoh as the leader of this contingent of Sun. The
Farewell.
expedition continues. An ancient site, an organization with inscrutable motivations, even Ranan's RAD and its analyses. It all stirs the explorer in me. We must discover more about what's going on here.
Remember the Sunwell.
These documents refer to a Pharaoh as the leader of this contingent of Sundered Flame. She sounds very ambitious.
Victory lies
What I have
ahead.
seen here is troubling. All this power building. A dragon console unable to contain it. The situation has gone. These Sundered Flame did not die by my hand, or by Ranan's signature move. They were dead when we arrived. Ranan believes they suffered multiple traumatic wounds caused by arcane energy. I agree with his observations. But it's unclear if it was the dragon console discharging or friendly fire. What I have seen here is troubling. All this power building. A dragon console unable to contain it. The situation has gone from exhilarating to terrifying. Perhaps Ranan's device will continue to be a boon for us.
Salama Ashalanore.
What I have seen here is troubling. All this power building, a dragon console unable to contain it. Worries and validations. The deaths of these sundered flame underscore how dangerous the ruins of Kantha are. But Ranan believes that with some tinkering the RAD can still quell the energies here. Again, we're treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Search the ruins for clues and see if you can discern their original function. And make haste, Skycat Livet. We may not have much time.
We will have justice.
What I have seen here is troubling. All this power building. A dragon console unable to contain it. This is not good news. If Sign Dragasa could not control Kantha and ordered this station abandoned, I can only imagine the nefarious things that the sundered flame could do with it. We must not let it fall into their hands.
Remember the sun.
Lathos is right. I should be listening to him and reading the expedition's updates. I just really want the RAD to work. But I need my partnership with Lathos to work too. Arcane overload. There. Finished. May I present to you the RAD.D.E.R. Dun dun du you. I have calibrated it to the frequency of the energy surrounding the dragon consoles and inscribed a GLYPH of dispel magic on it. The RADDER will dispel the arcane energy and shut down the dragon console, but the GLYPH will weaken after each use. Pretty handy, isn't it? I detect 4 of these consoles in our vicinity. Go shut them down. Help Ranan dispel the arcane bubbles.
See you later.
It's a tasteful get-up. I like it.
Lathos gave me scare just now. I was sure he was a goner. I mean, the RAD. You've done it, Skycat Livet. Well, you and the RAD.D.E.R. But whatever. Now, help me get Lathos back to Camp Nowhere.
Safe travels.
This is an alarming development. Despite my injuries, I will see our task to its end. Ranan has done well. I hope his invention, ridiculous acronym aside, will continue to aid us. Running out of time. I can feel the arcane. This is an alarming development. Despite my injuries, I will see our running out of time. I can feel the arcane surge growing as we speak. I suspect there is not much time before the ruins make Ranan's JAM look like a distant star in the night sky. We have to get there and stop it. Please be careful, Skycat Livetv. Meet us by the East Tower. We will assess the situation there. Reach the East Tower.
The reckoning is at hand. Victory lies ahead.
approach it to something. Ugh. Gross. Sneezed. Oh, cool. That thing is badass. It is cool. Um... This trinket's fucking crazy. $330 critical strike. Okay. It's like an RP Eagle trinket. It might be really cool if it procs. It might not proc very much, but we'll go see. Oh, oops. Oh, the eagle swirls. This is Yenu's spot. I love this spot. I love this fucking spot. I think it's amazing. And Yenu hangs out here. He has good taste. I think I like this spot a lot. Yeah, this is my favorite spot in the expansion, I think. This is a nice waterfall. It sounds good, you know. Fishing spawns here. Oh, it's another one of those things. So let's go screw with that. I assume there's something to do with those, but I don't really know. Let's go north, right? Yeah, north, which is that way. Take me north, right? Yeah, down the tight river. Oh, cool. It's like a slalom. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Oh. Kabam, bitch. Oh, go, go. Yeah, shoot me downstream. So fucking cool. Why? Like, what? I mean, it's cool. I like it. I'm just wondering why. It's kind of cool. So there's another one. See it? So cool. It's so cool. I have an eagle now. Where'd that go?
suit doesn't appear to be ready yet. Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about? Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about? I hope you have a pleasant time in Iskara. As you know now, many of us are fine craftsmen and merchants. I encourage you to continue to ask around and learn what all of my people have to offer.
Come back for soon.
Welcome, friend. What do you wish to talk about?
I'll pass your story along.
It's always good to meet someone new. We were hoping you would join us, friends. A chieftain's return to the sea is a celebration for all.
If you don't mind me asking, how did he pass? Was it the Knolls?
Oh no, Caligos. It was simply his time. Pinoliak was a stubborn old coot, but even he had to succumb to age eventually. Not all deaths are violent, dear friend.
To be honest, I can't remember a time when they weren't.
Go ahead, Fred. You can have the honor of pushing his boat out to sea, for your help protecting Iskara. You treasured us all. May the seas find you as worthy as we do. Look!
Forgive me. I don't understand. How can you find such joy in the passing of family?
It is not that we are not sad for his passing, Kalak, but in celebrating his life, he shall remain with us forever. What better way to strengthen the bonds of the family that remains than celebrating all who came before?
Kalekos looks distant. How's your alignment? How's your alignment? The bonds of this community, the friendship and family they share. I never had that. The Blue Dragon Flight never had that. And maybe that's because we haven't had a chance to. Now is the time. I must gather my kind. Meet me at the Azure Archives. There is much to be done.
You're leaving. The celebration has only just begun.
Thank you, Brenna. And everyone. I have learned more than I imagined in my short time in your company.
I have just the thing.
Despite tragedy, you all remain kind and resolute. Because of your community. Because of family. The power the Blue Dragonflight is missing is not ley lines or ancient artifacts. It's family.
It is time for the Blue Dragons to once more be the guardians of this land.
I see. Huh. You could have said something about being a dragon from the beginning. Seems an important detail to leave out. Well, you'd best be back anytime you need a good meal. There will always be a warm bowl of soup for you here, Captain.
I look forward to it. Take care, Brenna, Maruk, everyone.
And you, of course, my friend. I cannot thank you enough. I hope you will make yourself at home and know that you always have a family in Iskar.
Munchy, scratchies, look at this loop.
I can do this. I'm gonna take down the Yeti in this cave. I've never been any good in fight training, all the other kids are way ahead of me. But Ma never got to see me get better. Maybe if I'm strong enough, she'll see.
Okay, bye.
Thanks for helping me. You're nice. Thanks for helping me. You're nice. Tojum the Terrible. You're right, I'm not strong enough to take on this Yeti, not alone. But you're here. The lair of the evil Yeti, Tojum the Terrible, is just ahead. This cave is big. Not scary. Maybe a little scary. Could you go in there and soften him up a bit? I'll be right behind you. Help Roe slay Tojum the Terrible.
Wanna fly kites later?
Oh, but it's such low. high level. It's okay.
Totem looks at you with bright, curious eyes. Totem looks at you with...
Totem Earl was very special for its time.
Goodness, what did you tell him? I've never seen Rory so spirited. Thank you for bringing him home. I will do my best to take care of him in Kachia's place.
Careful out there. What is it you need? Your goods are greatly appreciated. If you're after goods, I have plenty. I look forward to
Who are you? Don't get too close to that bush unless you want a face full of claws.
Next time, bring fish, please.
Who are you?
Whoa, what are
Don't-
you?
Tar says all gnolls are dangerous and mean. But this is just a baby. Ma says I always have to take care of now, and she's a baby, too. Can we keep it? He's only trying to eat us because he's so hungry. Fish. Nobody can turn down some tasty, ice-cold, raw fish. So many fishes. I want to eat them all. But no.
Wanna fly kites, leader?
You couldn't heal? I got the heal off, you just didn't want to give it to me for some reason? Oh, damn it. Shouldn't have lost that. I don't know what that was. Fucking annoying. Like, I shouldn't have lost that, man. Like, I even burned the fucking heroism and everything. I don't know. I shouldn't have lost that. Fucking annoying. Why does he have, like, 839 fucking K? Whatever.
Yes.
fine day for a fine trade.
It is the cycle of the sea life out here. Some we leave to continue the line. Some we cull, some we eat. All in balance.
May my wares be useful to you.
I've repaired several ley lines, and our friend here has Oathstone been repowered?
Some power has returned to it. But I fear something still is preventing its true power from emerging.
Perhaps it has enough power to do one small request.
Beautiful.
I never expected to learn so much from the Tuskar. I think I'll visit when I can, and maintain those bonds of friendship. I never expected to learn so much from the Tuskar. I think I'll visit when I can, and maintain those bonds of friendship. Calling the Blue Dragons. I can no longer be afraid of reuniting the Blue Dragons, Skycat Livet. It is better for us to be a family, than a fragment of our former selves. Even if I cannot reclaim the Oathstone, I can still use its power to send a message to all of the Blue Dragons.
Good luck.
The Blue Dragons must be reunited if we are to defend Azeroth once again.
Blue Dragons!
I hope that worked. I need my flight.
We will see in due time.
Khadgar, what's happened?
The Primalists are on the move. It seems we did far too well at stymieing their efforts at Vakthros. Razageth has renewed the attack herself.
If Vakthros falls, the whole of the Azure Span will fall with it.
Quickly then, we must stop her before all is lost. Hopefully, we won't have to face her alone.
Vakthros is connected to the major ley lines in Azure Span. If it is destroyed, the archives would cease to exist, along with the rest of the Azure Span.
I don't suppose any more Blue Dragon showed up to help.
We need to move,
Not
Skycat
yet.
Livet.
It will be up to us to stop this.
To Ronin's shield. Rasarjeth and the Primalists are launching an all-out assault on Vark's throws. We cannot let her succeed. Kaga and I will go ahead to handle the situation there from the sky. In the meantime, make your way to the Ronin's shield, one of the last Kirin Tor camps in the area. You may be able to get there faster by riding that drake of yours from the top of the archives. See that the Kirin Tor there are all right, then make your way to Vark's throws.
Good luck.
Child, you cannot show any mercy to Razageth. She has made her choice.
I understand.
No, you do not. You have a kind soul. I know you hesitate at the thought of fighting any more of your own kind. I showed too much mercy once, twice, many times. Before long, it was too late.
You speak of Neltharian's betrayal.
Do not make my mistake, young one. There can be no mercy without justice. Remember that.
Thank you, Sindragosa. I will.
I hope you truly do, my dear.
some weird fucking curse that I had.
Ranar is adjusting his machine into, and I quote, something awesome which I do not think is a word. While he is indisposed, I have made an assessment of the situation. This is worse than we thought. The arcane energy is almost at its peak. Something is hastening the process. Ranar is adjusting his machine into, and I quote, something awesome which I do not think is a word.
Death to all who oppose us.
Ranar is adjusting his machine into, and I quote, something awesome which I do not think is a word. A looming menace. The arcane wounds I suffered cannot be healed in the field. I am afraid that they are too grave for me to fight. I must ask your help again, Skykatlivetv. You have to find Baron and stop her from overloading more consoles. Doing so would buy Ranar a few precious moments to calibrate the RAD. RAD.D.E.R. Whatever. Ranar is adjusting his machine into, and I quote, something awesome which I do not think is a word. While he is indisposed, it is done then. Now it is all on Ranar. I trust his abilities. They have gotten us this far.
Farewell.
Friendship for granted. All right. The RAD.D.E.R. is calibrated and ready to go for you. Why am I not using it? Simple. You have to think of and consider all the possibilities. Let's say it blows up. Who would fix it if I am injured, unconscious, or dead? Could you imagine? Now, go dispel the barrier so we can return to camp and get Lathos patched up. I'll be standing back. Use the RAD.D.E.R. to dispel the arcane barrier. Friendship for granted. All right. The RAD.D.E.R. is calibrated and ready to go for you. Why am I not using it? Simple. You have to think of and consider all the possibilities. Is this day going to get any better?
See you around.
Is this day going to get any better?
Safe travels.
Just like that he's gone. He gave his life to save us because the machine didn't work. Lathos believed in me. I should have listened. I let him down. I will remember. I need a few It was only at the very end that I began to appreciate Lathos. I took his patience and experience for granted. We owe him our lives. Ranan looks towards the ruins of Kantha. I will never forget him.
Safe travels.
I wish Lathos were here.
Hey there.
Oh, Lathos died? Poor guy. I liked Lathos, though. Poor Brandon.
I wish Lathos were here. The Dragon Scale expedition isn't the same without him.
See you later.
Greetings, little evoker. I have sad tidings to share. My brother spoke the truth. It is even worse than when I left. Look at what they've done. Furbolg should not harm their own kin. Why do this? Former Furbolg family. Primalists came. They offered us new strength, the command of the elements. I did not think Stonyheart would accept their gifts. Our clan did not need power. He thought nothing of the cost. His terrible decision cannot be unmade. The magic has corrupted my clan like disease rots a root. My heart breaks, but culling the corrupted is the only way. Kill 15 Rustpine, look at what they've done. Furbolg should not harm their own kin. Why do this? Elemental influence. Non says not all the Rustpines followed Stonyheart or the Primalists. Some resistors are held against their will. Totems spewing rock and mud restrain them, to force them to obey. Shatter the totems. Set them free. Destroy 3 Primalist Earthbind totems, then meet none further in Rustpine Den. Rescuing Radza. Radza Thunderclaw is our spirit keeper. She holds true our traditions and history. primalist beliefs go against everything our clan holds true. I knew she would defy Stony Heart. Stony Heart will do anything to bring her to heel. No one is chieftain without Radza's blessing. Non says card all 5 fans, the chieftain's god, is trying to break her. If Radza dies, our clan dies with her. Go aid her, Skycat Livetv, and be ready. He will not let her go without a fight. Rescue Radza Thunderclaw. I was left here by TYR to keep watch over this reservoir. It is my purpose. Thank you, Draxa. Were it not for your aid, I would have surely perished. I was left here by TYR to keep watch over this reservoir. It is my purpose. Where there's a ward, there's a way. This reservoir used to be protected by 3 warding stones placed by TYR. They were meant to stabilize the elemental magic that is prevalent in the Dragon Isles. When you woke me, I sensed damage done to the west ward. I fear the Primalists may have done this to all of them. Still, we must assess the damage done in order to figure out what we should do next. Assess the damage done to the ward stones into Hold Reservoir.
Oh my god, look at the fucking frames. It's so good. So you have me flat moded at 60. What the fuck, man?
Above all else, my sworn duty is to serve Lady Mara.
Stay within order.
Above all else, preventative maintenance. The primal elementals are reproducing unchecked. Ordinarily, my sisters and I would take care of them, but we're in no condition to fight them. We've had so many of our... Above all else, my sworn duty is to serve Lady Mora. Above all else, my sworn duty is to serve Lady Mora. Thank you, Skycat Livedv. That should hold them at bay for now.
Follow order.
That was, I'll take it, sure.
I was left here by TYR, as I suspected. It is imperative that we find the missing keystones. Otherwise the losses that Zutaki and I have suffered would be for nothing. I was left here by TYR to keep watch over this reservoir. It is my purpose. We don't negotiate with primalists. The primalists thought they were able to overcome the might of TYR. They were wrong. My refty were able to track down the primalists to a field not far from here. As I thought, they have the missing keystones. Champion, if we are to restore the reservoir, we must get those keystones back. Furthermore, their leader must be slain so that they won't attempt a second assault. Slay primalist leader Kyoto and retrieve the missing keystones into Hold Reservoir.
Well.
Above all else, my sworn duty is to serve Lady Mora. Refty retribution. I cannot get it out of my head, Skycat Livedv. So many of my sisters massacred. Lives tossed away, their sacrifices will not go unanswered. My soldiers have tracked down the Primalists, and they say some of our sisters are still alive. We must rescue them, and ensure every Primalist knows my anger. Kill Primalists and rescue Refty into Hold Reservoir.
Farewell.
I was left here by TYR to keep watch over this reservoir. Thank you, Skycat Livet. Above all else, my sworn duty is to serve Lady Mara. I will always feel pain for those we lost, but I am thankful for the ones we rescued.
Order guide you.
I was left here by TYR to keep watch over this reservoir. It is my... I was left here by TYR for the ward. We can finally restore the wards. We have suffered great losses, but our work must be completed. Skycat Livet.
Farewell.
That mob looks so fucking cool.
I was left here by TYR. Excellent work, Skycat Livet. The wards have been
Safe travel.
Dragon's Dogma is one of the games that I've been randomly thinking about throughout the years, mostly because I never finished the game. I don't remember why I stopped playing, so I'll assume that I got distracted by life or something. What I do remember is that the gameplay had a long-lasting impression on me. It's the only game I've played where I could scale mythological monsters while being supported by my pawn, a companion that not only provides support, but is constantly learning about the game's enemies, quests, and areas. They're also really, lively. Though the biggest reason why I got into the game was because of Berserk. My obsession with the Berserk manga was at its peak when Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen arrived on Steam in 2016. The game had similar dark fantasy vibes as the series, so naturally I was drawn to it. The game also happens to take inspiration and even some direct stuff from Berserk. Like there's literally a pre-made character in the game that looks super identical to Berserk's protagonist, Guts. And there was even an official collaboration that featured sets of armor from a few characters. Unfortunately, the collab's only available in the original console release of the game, due to licensing issues. I'd love to go into the similarities between the manga and the game, but I'd be going into spoiler territory, and this video is about Dragon's Dogma, so that's enough Berserk. Dragon's Dogma
That's the
Dark
proper way to
Arisen
do
was
it.
a Capcom game that was released in 2013.
It's annoying that I keep hearing that
Originally,
reference.
it was actually released
I get it, but
before that, and
The
it was
potions
only
are ready now
titled
to deliver them.
Dragon's Dogma.
Take
The
one crate
difference
to a
with
small
Dark
cave in the ravine
Arisen
below
is
us.
it contains
No one
DLC
will be there.
content along with many new items and gameplay improvements. As for what the game's about, Dragon's Dogma tells the story of a small fishing village that gets attacked by a dragon. While everyone else panics and runs away, the protagonist picks up the sword and starts swinging at the dragon. Unsurprisingly, they fail, and the dragon ends up stabbing them and swallowing their heart. The protagonist doesn't die, but is instead marked as an Arisen, a chosen one who has to face the dragon. The Arisen also gets a pawn, a servant that looks human but has no will of their own, except to obey their master. Since there's character customization, you can make your Arisen and pawn look like anything and anyone that you want. The options aren't just for physical appearances too. Your character's build affects their stats. Like short, lightweight characters run and climb faster but consume more stamina. On the other hand, taller ones do the opposite, moving a bit slower while using less stamina. I didn't really focus on that stuff when I was creating my character, but I thought it was a basic but unique system that made combat and exploration more interesting. You can also pick your Arisen and Pawn's vocations to suit your playstyle. Fighter, Strider, and Mage are the basic classes that you start with, but you get advanced ones later on that give you access to more types of weapons and abilities. Like you can use hybrid vocations that mix melee attacks with magic. The game even gives you lots of options.
What once was ours?
Some are
Aces
passive,
scoffs at
while
your
others
approach.
give you
Are you a
various
mortal of
abilities
action?
that you can use in combat. Since combat is one of the most fun things about Dragon's Dogma, the varied vocations made the game feel fresh, and you can easily switch throughout your playthrough, so you never need to worry about being stuck in one class. What makes the vocations even better is the amount of weapons and armor that are available in the game. Like, it's crazy how almost every item has a unique model. I really like this because as much as I wanted to get the best stats, I also wanted my Arisen and Pawn to look cool. There are a lot of enemies to fight in the game, from bandits, harpies, goblins, and wolves. Lots of them. I really liked the combat in Dragon's Dogma because of how action-packed and fast-paced it was. Like, hitting enemies felt really good since you could feel the weight and impact from your weapon. Every action takes a little bit of stamina too, so part of the fun is trying to avoid running out of breath right in front of an enemy. Now the special battles in Dragon's Dogma revolve around bigger enemies. These guys felt kinda like boss battles that appeared in random places. It was always thrilling to fight them because you can take them down in so many different ways. That includes climbing them. I remember comparing this mechanic to Shadow of the Colossus when I first played it, but now I think a closer comparison would be Monster Hunter. Each creature has a weak point that may be out of reach, so you can actually scale the enemy to deal more damage. And they require different approaches too, like targeting the goat head of a chimera so it can't cast magic. It was really fun forming strategies and discovering all sorts of ways to fight these monsters, from staggering them to using magic. Much of the game's combat revolves around pawns too. I thought pawns were really fascinating the moment they were introduced in the game, mostly because of how they reacted to the world around them, which I'll talk more about a little later. So your pawn levels up with you as long as they're not knocked out, and you can give them basic commands telling them to go ahead, stay close to you, or help you. Personally, my favorite thing to do was mash the help command every time I ran out of stamina. It was fun watching one or more pawns rushing to my side just to replenish it. Every pawn has a default setting, but their behavior can be modified when you sit on knowledge chairs, so you can adjust how talkative they will be or whether they'll have something like an aggressive, timid, or confident personality. Now, the most interesting thing about pawns is that they gain knowledge. They learn more about the game's world the longer you play, like they'll learn more about goblins every time you fight them, and they'll tell you about certain quests as well as information about locations in the game. This is made even better through the game's online feature, because you can hire 2 more pawns created by other people who are also playing Dragon's Dogma. Other players' pawns can be found by interacting with a rift stone, so you can filter through pawns at every location and level. But if the pawn's level is higher than yours, it's going to cost rift crystals, which are a type of currency used for hiring pawns, and other things that I won't get into because we're focusing on pawns. Those crystals can be found around the game, but from my experience, I got way more from having other people hire my pawn. You get rift crystals every time another player hires your main pawn, and when you sleep at an inn, your pawn's level, status, and all of that is updated in the game's server. What's more is your pawn also gains knowledge from someone else's playthrough, so if someone hires them and encounters enemies and quests that you haven't seen, your pawn will be more helpful by the time you get to those things. The same thing happens when you fight monsters and do quests that a pawn that you hired hasn't encountered yet. By the time they're dismissed, they'll remember what they learned, so they'll give hints and information to their artisan. If you want to dismiss a hired pawn, you can give a rating and a gift that they'll bring back to their player, or you could just throw them in deep water so that they're automatically dismissed. Other players' pawns can also be found roaming around particular areas, so you could simply go up to one to hire them. I really like this aspect because even though Dragon's Dogma is a single-player game, seeing those pawns made me feel like I was somehow connected to other players. That reminds me, if you're friends with someone on console or PC who's played Dragon's Dogma, then you'll be able to hire their pawns for free, regardless of how far apart your levels were. So I kind of exploited this when I just started out. I had friends who had pawns in the level 20 to 50 range, so it was a big help when I was under level 10. There is a downside to doing this. Playing with a pawn that
This ranking is based on the play score, a standard rating that averages gamer reviews and critic reviews. Opening our list of top 25 PC RPGs is Final Fantasy X-10-2 HD Remastered. Thank heavens for remasters. This critically acclaimed entry from Square Enix grants us the opportunity to revisit a love story that spans decades. Follow the adventures of our favorite Blitzball MVP, his partner Yuna, and their friends as they embark on a quest to save their world. The game comes with 10-2, the sequel to the heartbreaking finale 10 offered. If you want to get a taste of Yuna and her girlfriends, then try it out, because this game has a play score of 8.54.
Sharnak stares down at you. Home.
Number 24
It
is
appears you are someone with more skill than the commander had originally assumed. There is more to be done before the day is over. The forward push. Sharnak scratches her chin. The commander was right. The Primalists are calling reinforcement. My claws will be the last thing the Primalists see before they meet. Prime planning. The commander ordered me to establish a forward base and dispatch any resistance. It wasn't until I did all the dispatching that I realized something. Sharnax lets out a long sigh. The Primalists were talking about to hold. Unless you are exceptionally skilled at interrogation, I need you to discover their plans. Collect 7 Primalist orders from the nearby Primalists in the upper terrace of Jelikia Overlook.
That's so fucking cool.
Dust, an Elysian Tale. A charming 2D Metroidvania game in a world filled with anthropomorphic creatures. Join Dust and his sentient sword as he tries to recollect the memories of his forgotten past. Players are required to acquire power-ups in every journey to unlock new areas and progress the story. It's one of the first successful indie games of its time. It has a play score of 8.55. Number 23 is Valkyria Chronicles. Set in a fictional land of Europa, get caught in the middle of a civil war between two warring nations, the Empire and the Federation. Immersed in a gripping political story and feel the rush of the Blitz combat system. Originally a PS3 game, this JRPG has achieved critical acclaim due to its fun tactical gameplay and a memorable cast of characters. It receives a play score of 8.57. Number 22 is Legend of Grimrock 2. Inspired by Dungeon Master, this real-time dungeon crawling adventure revisits the golden years of its genre. It's a non-linear open-world gameplay filled with persistent injuries that strike your party at any given time. Its first-person view only makes it fitting to survive with your badass friends. It has a play score of 8.58. Number 21 is Starbound. From the developer that brought us Stardew Valley, create your own story in an uplifting game that speaks nothing but exploration and imagination. Build your own world and discover the mysteries in the vast cosmos. The only limitation is your imagination. Team up with a friend or mess around the game with its mod support. It receives a play score of 8.60. Number 20 is Mount and Blade Warband. Who doesn't love Mount and Blade? This standalone expansion pack from the epic medieval warzone thrusts you into the battlefield with the flashing of swords and galloping of horses. Manage your legion of brazen heroes because it's a sandbox enthusiast playground.
Looks like you made it
This
in one
expansion
piece.
adds a variety of new stuff, including the Sarenid Sultanate faction and the ability to create your own. Imagine the silly things you can do. It receives a play score of 8.60. Number 19 is Dark Souls, Prepare to Die Edition. Just reading this can cause a million souls leap onto the ashes of their dead bodies. Not only is this the most definitive Dark Souls game to date, it's also another gauntlet of unmitigated difficulty spikes and pure satisfaction. It's packed with the original game, and exclusive PC content, and all the game's DLCs. For beginners, it's your first step towards loving, or hating, the Souls series. It receives a play score of 8.61. Number 18 is Grim Dawn. Action RPGs have come a long way since Diablo's arrival. Grim Dawn's fantastic visual design, exciting combat, and a huge world to discover makes it a worthy rival to Blizzard's dungeon crawling hit. Play with up to 4 people, or you can do it alone. It's an adventure that one should not take lightly. It has a play score of 8.62. Number 17 is Torchlight 2, an award-winning RPG that feels like a trip back to the simpler days. This sequel to the original makes all the necessary improvements, including a better world filled with more secrets and bloodthirsty monsters that creep in every corner. Multiplayer makes a return to give the most fun experience for you and your friends. Not to mention mod support. It receives a play score of 8.6. Number 16 is Hyperlight Drifter. This indie game feels like an art trip to the 5th dimension. It's also a gorgeous action RPG, set in a world where doom and gloom covers the purple skies and technological ruin of a bygone era. It captures the beauty of 2D action RPGs from the days of old. It's widely praised for its combat and pixel-filled wonder. It has a play score of 8.67. Number 15 is Deus Ex Human Revolution, Director's Cut. Just when you thought you had enough of Deus Ex, Square Enix decides to add at least 8 hours of director's commentary in this definitive addition to the most popular entry of the franchise. It features improved boss battles, UI, and a more powerful Adam Jensen. What's not to love more about augmentations? It has a play score of 8.70. Number 14 is Divinity Original Sin. Larian Studios takes a new approach to modern RPG. Instead of following through a linear story with predictable scenarios, Original Sin lets you create your own and see how your actions affect the world. It's a massive game with a unique turn-based combat system, fun quests, and glorious freedom. It brings out the curiosity within you. In short, it's a rewarding experience. It receives a play score of 8.71. Number 13 is Bastion. No, it's not Overwatch's adorable Omnic. This is Supergiant Games' first entry that received a ton of awards. Just like most indie games, it's clearly made with passion. From the fluid hack and slash action to the badass narrator's voice, it's a wonderful game with tons of replay value and customizations. It has a play score of 8.71. Number 12 is Dragon Age Origins. From the team that brought us Knights of the Old Republic and Mass Effect, brings us another dose of RPG goodness. Save the world from the evil archdemon and witness BioWare's potential to make good games with story. Step into a fantasy-filled world packed with memorable characters, gripping dialogue, and fun real-time combat. It has a play score of 8.75. Number 11 is Pillars of Eternity. A successful crowdfunded game that delivered, Obsidian Entertainment's game has been hailed as one of the highest rated PC games of all time. It's a spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate, and it shares similar gameplay elements. It's praised for its impressive writing and strategic combat. It also has 2 expansions called The White March and Deadfire. It received a play score of 8.77. Number 10 is Fallout New Vegas. 2 Obsidian games in a row dive into this post-apocalyptic wasteland once more as the ideals of man collide into a serious civil war in New Vegas. Being a regular guy, get caught up in a spiral of political turmoil and a radioactive mess. They say it's better than Fallout 4, but you be the judge of that. It has a play score of 8.78. Number 9 is One Shot. It's more like a puzzle adventure game than role-playing, but it still has the RPG element presented in it. This fourth wall-breaking game gives you a quest to restore the power of a long-dead sun. It's surreal, haunting, and beautiful at the same time. And remember, you only have one shot. It receives a play score of 8.78. Number 8 is South Park: The Stick of Truth. Trey Parker and Matt Stone's brainchild puts you on an adventure of a lifetime to reclaim the Stick of Truth from evil hands. Use your powerful fart-bending powers and meet the iconic cast of characters from the South Park universe. It's a turn-based RPG with a mix of R-rated goodness. Well, what do you expect from South Park? It has a play score of 8.86. Number 7 is Stardew Valley. This game, made by one guy.
This is just what we
How is
needed.
it even
The
possible
land
to make a
awakens.
game with so much
The
heart?
things in this cave were
It's an
too much
adorable
for
farm
me.
simulator that
Sharnax
speaks so
lets
much
out a
about
labeled
simple
trough.
everyday life.
I have seen
It's how
what you can
Harvest
do.
Moon should be on
I need
PC.
you to slay these elementals before they reach their full potential. We cannot allow.
Victory in all your battles.
Addicting, remarkable, and has a ton of content for a price so cheap. It has a play score of 8.94. Number 6 is Borderlands 2. Welcome to Pandora, a land where random generated loot and sense of humor are considered essential. Steal the biggest treasure along with your fellow vault hunters in this action-packed first-person shooter with RPG elements. Bask in its beautiful cel-shaded visuals because this game has a play score of 9.02. Number 5 is The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. Bethesda has ascended their brilliant open-world design in Skyrim. Be the Dragonborn and slay dragons in a game so open you'll be lost in its medieval fantasy setting. One moment you could be fighting ghouls, then giants, then crabs. It's a perfect adventure defined only by your own. And Skyrim did it so well, just mind your knees. It has a play score of 9.03. Number 4 is The Binding of Isaac: Rebirth. After the success of Macmillan's popular Flash game, its Steam release breathed new life to the creepy roguelike adventure. After his mom's dubious divine intervention, Isaac's in danger of being a sacrifice. Help him escape his deadly fate by sneaking out through his monster-infested basement. Conquer hundreds of dungeons and fend off creatures with your cowardly tears. It has a play score of 9.05. Number 3 is Undertale, a game that gave every little kid a fan base to dwell in. It's filled with the determination of Toby Fox as he creates a world so charming, delightful, yet also slightly haunting. It's an RPG game that doesn't necessarily let you kill anyone. Instead, just go about on your own pace and watch it unfold before your very eyes. Meet lovable characters and listen to the game's fantastic soundtrack. It has a play score of 9.17. Number 2 is Mass Effect 2. BioWare's space opera has transcended to new heights. This sequel to Mass Effect was considered as the greatest of the franchise. With new and improved third-person combat, beautiful worlds, captivating story, and an ending so amazing, you'll rethink your life choices. Commander Shepard has come a long way. It has a play score of 9.18. And the best RPG on the PC of all time is The Witcher 3: Wild Hunt.
God damn it. How did I know what he was going to say before he said it? Because they're all bad like this. They all think the exact same way.
Throughout gaming history, perhaps no genre has evolved quite as much as the RPG. And while those classic role-playing games of the 16 and 30s...
Thank you for everything you have done for us. Primal List.
Of all time.
The gateways closed, the elementals slain, and the primalists stopped, for now. Sharnax laughs. Is there anything we cannot do, Evoker? I guess only time will tell. Take the plans back to the commander. I am certain he will be glad to see we have been successful. Deliver the bundle.
Yeah, it was not bad. We did pretty good.
The aspects have returned.
Fates us pauses for an uncomfortable amount of time. Alice and I had bets on if you would be successful, Evoker. I am glad that you were.
Honor all dragons.
We've come
Aspects
a
watch
long
over
way
you.
since then. So, with that said, here are the top 10 best modern RPGs of all time. But before we get into the list, let's set some ground rules.
We
First, for the
protect
purpose
the
of this
isles.
feature, we're defining modern as any game released within the past 10 to 15 years. Basically, since the start of the PS3 and Xbox 360 era of consoles. Second, because RPG is such a broad genre, we did our best to try and keep this list to games that are purely, or at least mostly purely, RPGs. That is, games with a heavy focus on decision-making and story elements, coupled with statistical progression. If a game could be described
Welcome
as
to
being
the
a genre
Dragon
other than
Isles.
an RPG, we left it off the list. That's why you won't see games like XCOM or Fire Emblem, which are better described as tactics games, or any of the FromSoft Soulsborne games. Because, well, yeah, they're basically their own genre at this point. And with that said, let's kick this list off with number 10. Dragon Quest XI S Echoes of an Elusive Age, which is the definitive Switch version of Dragon Quest XI, harkens back to a time when JRPGs reigned supreme. Its colorful cast of characters, combined with a blend of overworld exploration and turn-based combat, weave together into a warm, fuzzy blanket that captivates and comforts you as you trek through this 80-plus hour game. It is the purest distillation of classic JRPGs. Battles are streamlined enough to feel quick and satisfying, while still providing a real challenge, especially later on. For many, Dragon Quest has always been good comfort food gaming. Even 30 years later, it remains as such, bringing
True.
new fans with quite possibly the finest game in the franchise. Number 9. Dragon's Dogma and its excellent expansion, Dark Arisen, is a very special and often overlooked RPG for a number of reasons. For one, it's an excellent combination of exciting, action-centric combat and extraordinarily deep RPG mechanics. Its many different classes offer an absurd level of variation when it comes to how you actually play the game, with melee classes feeling like they're in an action game, ranged vocations feeling like they're playing a third-person shooter, and magic-based classes feeling like they're playing a game of oh my god, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me! Okay, now you're dead. It may be built off the massive open-world RPG foundation of games like The Elder Scrolls and The Witcher, but there's still nothing quite like Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. Number 8. Dragon Age Origins is a generation-defining RPG, dense with satisfying player choices, great world building, challenging battles, and memorable characters. Creating a new character allowed you to select one of several unique origins that introduces players to the world of Thedas through the lens of race and class, which helped in keeping the adventure personal and grounded, and paved the way for your eventual membership in an elite council of warriors known as the Grey Wardens, and set the stage for one of BioWare's most beloved franchises ever. Number 7. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim is an awe-inspiring journey where its classic fantasy world is your plaything. While its main story quests may lack in nuance, it more than makes up for with its invitation to go anywhere and do anything. Set out in any direction to explore a vast kingdom filled with people going about their daily lives, warring factions vying for control of an empire, and dangerous wildlife that ranges from wild dogs to imposing giants and monstrous dragons. You'll find no shortage of stellar side quests that allow you to become a vampire or a werewolf, join the legendary Dark Brotherhood,
Excuse me, I don't have time to chat.
Opportunities as you level up and unlock satisfying
Excuse me,
powerful
I don't have
spells
time to
and
chat.
dragon shouts. It's one of the largest, most
Serif
detailed
wants to
RPG
heal everyone,
worlds out
no
there.
matter the
One that's
consequences.
itching to have every
Rebels,
inch
Scaleless
explored.
Sworn, wildlife,
For the first
each
time.
deserves equal care. And while I might find Serif's idealism galling, Jellicoe depends.
Number 6. Disco Elysium is grounded in the ancient pillars of RPGs. taking the dice rolls and depth and dialogue of tabletop games like Dungeons & Dragons, but implementing them in completely modern ways. It's a unique blend of noir detective fiction, traditional pen and paper games, and a big helping of existential theory that plays unlike anything else in the genre. A twisting plot, cast of memorable characters, and massive depth of choice all combine to create an experience that begs to be savored as one of the finest and most creative RPGs of any era. Number 5. Persona 5 Royal, the deluxe edition of the already fantastic Persona 5, proves that the latest entry in Atlus's JRPG series is still one of the best around. Persona 5 already introduced an instantly memorable ensemble cast, exceptional turn-based combat, and a wild, epic story told with heart. Royal, somehow, manages to not just add new, great content to that story, but also improves upon some of the less excellent aspects that made the original a bit of a
Smash
flaw.
enter featherings.
Style,
I was
backed
curious
by a
about
real
these
earworm
strange,
of
winged
soundtrack
creatures and attempted to
top of
introduce
its genre
myself.
gameplay,
I would have been
Persona
eaten if
5
not
Royal
for Professor
earns its
Chirp's
place
knife and
among
her
some of
large
the best
mechanical fowl.
RPGs of all time.
Could you help us deal with these screech blight?
Number 4. Divinity Original Sin 2 is basically the best D&D video game that we ever got. Not only does it have a sprawling fantasy world to lose hundreds of hours in, but perhaps most importantly, it encourages players to think creatively like few other games. And this is entirely by design. It is liberating to play a huge RPG that rewards quote-unquote cheating the system, and encountering NPCs and opponents that acknowledge and react to you. You have the freedom to steal, kill, or persuade your way through its campaign as one of several pre-made characters with unique storylines, or create your own. And you can even have a friend, or 3, join you for an entire adventure. Whether playing on an easy or hard difficulty setting as an elf ranger or an undead conjurer, as a helpful adventurer or a murderous thief, Divinity Original Sin 2 is an amazing fantasy world to get lost in, no matter what. Number 3. The Mass Effect series consists of 3 of the best sci-fi RPGs of all time. But even among those, Mass Effect 2 stands.
And see what you think. I don't think you'll be disappointed. Wasteland 3 is available on PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4. So Lost to Crown of the Magister is a modern CRPG using the 5th edition rule set and will be one of the first video games ever made to release using this version of Dungeons & Dragons. So Lost to Crown of the Magister was not granted a full license, however, so many of the subclasses and races you'll see in the game are homebrew, meaning they don't follow the 5th edition player's handbook, unlike Baldur's Gate 3, which does. The game is currently in early access, and it feels like a much more faithful adaptation of D&D so far than Baldur's Gate 3 does, though the budget and production value are clearly not as high. Solasta is made by a much smaller development team, and that really shows in the lack of polish the game has. However, Solasta is coming out of early access into full release on May 27th of this year, so that is very good news for CRPG fans who are looking to whet their appetites. Solasta Crown of the Magister is available on PC. The last game on our list is Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, which is not a direct sequel to Pathfinder.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you a review of Tyranny, Obsidian's lesser-known CRPG that released a little after the first Pillars of Eternity, to not much applause, really. Given Obsidian's recent surge, let's say, in popularity, I figured I would share with you guys one of actually my favorite games that Obsidian's released. It's really good. But my personal opinion aside, this is a review. So before we get into the actual game itself, let's talk a little bit about the history of it. So obviously everyone knows Obsidian made Pillars of Eternity. They got it done through Kickstarter. That's how they raised the money for it, and that game went on to be very successful. The money that they earned from Pillars of Eternity, they actually then invested in making the game Tyranny. Now, Tyranny is made in the same engine, Unity, a modified version of the Unity engine, mind you. During the production of Pillars of Eternity, a lot of the problems they had with that engine were actually hammered out. So in Tyranny, it was actually a very smooth development process, and it really shows in game, mind you, because all of those changes to the engine had already been made for Pillars of Eternity, and they kind of smoothed all the rough edges out of it, so to speak. Tyranny was published by Paradox Interactive, and according to Paradox, it technically underperformed. Like, honestly, the poll I made about this review, like half of the people didn't even know what game Tyranny was. There was a leak on Steam's analytics that apparently they say the game sold around 525,000 copies initially, which to me, it's hard to hear that number and then be like, it underperformed, but you know, whatever. Technically, it didn't meet their sales expectations, so there you go. And Tyranny was built off of ideas of games Obsidian had already been thinking about. Dating all the way back to as far as 2007, Obsidian had been pitching ideas similar to Tyranny, and when they finally got to make the game that Tyranny became, they took a lot of the concepts from those pitches, again, as far back as 2007, and kind of combined them into what, again, Tyranny then became. So Tyranny is, of course, a CRPG, which is kind of your top-down, isometric view, classic target management game. Now, the world of Tyranny is probably the best part of the game. The world building in Tyranny, as well as their evaluation of what real evil is really intense. Like, so a lot of games, like, the villain is so over the top, or it's so dramatic, it's in a way kind of removed from reality. So for Tyranny, despite being this high fantasy setting, for me what really struck out is the storytelling just nailed the real gray area of what evil is really supposed to be. Because even if you do the right thing, it might still come out in poor consequences later. And the choices in this game are huge and they matter. There are very few choices in this game that do not have a sincere impact on what is happening around you. But to give you guys some preface, so you actually know what the world of Tyranny is like, the world itself is called Taratus, or Taratus, however you want to pronounce it. Over the course of the last 400 years, an entity known as Kairos has been dominating the land through armies. He, she, by the way, whatever, we'll get into that in a minute, has been slowly sweeping across the land over 400 years, and the only place left to conquer is a place called the Tiers, which is kind of the southwestern portion of Taratus. Kairos, as I vaguely alluded to there, it's not known much about who or what Kairos is. People don't know if it's a male, if it's a female, if it's a group of people, is it a council? Like, honestly, no one knows. They're that far removed. There are hints about it, and those hints are deliberately vague. Even people who have supposedly met Kairos are deliberately vague about it. You'll hear him or she referred to as literally both genders throughout the game, on and off, and it is very much so intentional. They don't want you to know. The game starts out as you being a fate binder of the Archon of Justice, Tunon the Adjudicator. So, what an Archon is, are beings who generate magic in some unique way. So in Taratus, most magic is generated through magic sigils that you then draw, and then you can cast them through those sigils, and that's how magic is produced in this world. However, Archons have a sort of natural magic to them. They just naturally produce some unique form of magic. They don't have to do anything special half the time, it just happens in most cases. Archons usually start out as what are called Exarchs. Exarchs are just people with unique gift. It's not even necessarily magical in nature. But those Exarchs, through their deeds, slowly sway people either to their side or make people fear them. And then it is hinted at that is the transition from an Exarch to an Archon. That once enough people either fear or love this person, it turns that unique gift from just like a gift to a genuine magical power. And that turns them into an Archon. Now, Archon powers are genuinely unique and they're really cool. So the Archons that the game focuses on are Tunon. Tunon is the Archon of Justice, or Kairos' law, basically. And his power is probably the most deliberately vague, but he's very good at twisting the law to favor Kairos in basically every situation. And as a Fatebinder, which is what your character is, you serve Tunon directly as an agent of the court, and you help with that through various means. Now, character creation, you kind of build your own backstory. Regardless of that backstory, you get sent to help with the conquest in the Tiers as part of Tunon the Adjudicator, who answers to Kairos' forces. Those forces being the Disfavored, which are a very well-disciplined army under the leadership of the Archon of War, Graven Ash. Now, Graven Ash power is, as the disfavored like to say, Ash protects. So, Graven Ash has the ability to put a shield of sorts over his people that you can't actually see, but it protects them from wounds. Wounds that might kill a normal person will hit a disfavored soldier and just not do anything. And he can do that with like literally everyone in his army. And through that connection, he can literally feel every single one of their lives. So in addition to the disfavored, also sent to the tiers was a second army known as the Scarlet Chorus. They answer to the Voices of Nerat, the Archon of Secrets. His literal name is the Voices of Nerat. So he is harder to define because he is not one entity so much as many. The Archon of Secrets absorbs people into himself and gains all of their knowledge, and thus their secrets, and that's kind of how that works. Now, the Scarlet Chorus is barbaric in comparison to the disfavored's incredibly rigid militaristic style. The Scarlet Chorus are barbaric. They will conquer a place, and the survivors are basically told, join the chorus or die. All of that out of the way, you are sent as a fate binder with the Scarlet Chorus and the disfavored to the tiers to help conquer it. Now, character creation, which is kind of where we start at with character creation, we get to pick a backstory after we make, of course, our physical appearance. We can pick a history, which is pretty cool. It gives you starting dialogue options as well as starting skills. So you can be a war mage, right? And that'll give you a couple points in certain skills, and then it'll also give you dialogue options throughout the game attributed to being a war mage. Now, the skill bonuses are not super important. Like, they'll help you get started, but like they're not going to make a huge impact on the game. Even like Path of the Damned, it's not that big of a deal. And then you pick your expertise. So this is kind of important. Now, when you actually get into the game, there's going to be 6 skill trees, and when you're picking the expertise part of character creation, you get to pick 2. You can actually double up on the same one if you want. But basically what this does is it gives you a talent point in one of those 6 trees, depending on which expertise you pick, as well as determining your starting equipment a little bit. Now, attributes, pretty standard stuff for character creation, and CRPGs in general might give you extra ability strength. Intellect gives you, more spells and better spell strength. So, pretty much your standard stuff as far as attributes go. Pretty easy to figure out. And then that brings us to our skills, which are broken down from attack, which is broken down into weapon and magic, and then support skills. So attacks are probably the most important because we get to make our own class. So in this particular game, Tyranny, you don't actually pick a class. You level by doing, very similar to Skyrim system, actually. Say you use a magic staff. Let's say that you went all shock spells and you're using a shock magic staff. The more you use that staff, the more you're going to level up your control lightning because you're using a lightning staff, as well as your magic staff skill because you're using a magic staff. And the more you use that, the more you're going to level it up, which is going to give your character experience towards the next level. It's basically Skyrim
Eat dinner and then I'm going to get back to it.
But in CRPG form, it works really well and allows you to switch what your character's doing throughout the game. So that's pretty cool. Now, support skills are a little bit. They simultaneously affect combat and the rest of the world. So athletics, for instance, is what you'll engage with when you need to climb a wall or push a rock out of your way, that kind of stuff. But it will, of course, also affect some skills in a minor way. And then things like lore, for instance. Lore is the magic version of athletics. Lore will allow you to learn higher level spells with the more lore you have, the higher your lore skill is. And then it will also add damage to your spells through the calculations that if you mouse over it, it will actually tell you the calculations and how they're made. But lore will also add damage to your attacks with magic, that kind of stuff. Okay. So after we make our character in what is one of the coolest starting systems I think I've ever seen, you actually start the game by engaging with random encounters almost in a way. So CRPGs have this thing where you move around the main game world if you're unaware, and then as you're traveling, random encounters will happen, sort of like in Dungeons and Dragons. And then what you're actually doing is traveling between hub areas where you're actually playing the game. And then when those random encounters happen, It is just that, a random encounter. Right after you make your character, you get to play a little game that is called the Conquest. So when you first get sent to the Tiers by Kairos and the two armies of the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus, you, through these random encounters and decision making, actually can determine how that conquest actually goes. Now, it is guided. You can come to a few different outcomes. You can go through the entire conquest and make individualized decisions, or you can skip it and choose one of the three main paths that the conquest allows you to do anyway, which is to favor the Disfavored, favor the Scarlet Chorus, or take a neutral path. Of course, running through the conquest yourself and kind of playing around with those random encounters and decisions will help you come to a unique game world instead of just picking one of the pre-made ones through the, pick an option. So, this is important because what you choose in the conquest will actually affect the game world. So, for instance, there is a town called Lethian's Crossing. Depending on what you did during the conquest, it is possible for different people to be in control of Lethian's Crossing. And depending on which one of them is in control of the town, it will also determine what is available in the town for you when you get there. So lots of stuff like that, which is where I want to preface the game by saying that decisions in this game matter, as I mentioned earlier. There's not a way to undo a lot of the decisions you're going to make. A lot of them are permanent and they do have consequences. If you choose to attack somebody in dialogue because that comes up as an option, it's going to have ramifications. Choice and consequence are a huge part of this game and they do it incredibly well. Now, after this conquest happens, some time goes by and ultimately a rebellion picks up from the conquered people of the Tiers, specifically in the area known as Vendrian's Well. The Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus have been trying to put down this rebellion and have not been doing well. So, you get sent as a Fateminder to declare an Edict of Kairos, which I haven't mentioned up to this point. But you might be wondering, how is it that Kairos has been able to, over 400 years, conquer the entire known world, as well as, keep all of those people together? Well, the answer is edicts. The reason people are so terribly frightened of Kairos is that Kairos is the only known being capable of making what are called edicts, which are basically spells that he puts on paper, and when they are read aloud, they have devastating effects on the entire world that are permanent until someone solves the edict. So, for the one at the beginning of the game here, it's called the Edict of Swords, and basically, if the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus don't manage to conquer Vendrian's Well by a certain date, everyone in the valley dies. So basically, you have to either capture Vendrian's Well for one of the armies or yourself or whatever in the name of Kairos before a certain date in game, or everyone dies. It's a little over a week, I think, in game, and you actually do, that's a real time limit, by the way. That's Act 1, is conquering this area with these armies before everyone dies. In addition to this, edicts were cast throughout the conquest part of the game, which really shows the power of Kairos and why people basically just admit that he's got the right to rule. So Kairos, just in the Tiers alone, casts an Edict of Fire, which basically turns an entire section of the Tiers into a volcano and is constantly killing people there in order to destroy a library. And once that library is destroyed, the edict is supposed to dissolve. There is another one called the Edict of Stone, which he actually cast on a traitor Archon, the Archon of Stone, Cairn. He betrayed Kairos in the middle of the conquest, and as a reprisal, Kairos issued the Edict of Stone, which basically petrified Cairn and is slowly killing him. These edicts have insane power. So the Edict of Stone, for instance, in addition to petrifying Cairn, it basically destroyed an entire section of the Tiers by making it a craggy, impossible to navigate terrain that is literally falling apart under your feet. Bringing us back to Act 1. We've been chosen to issue an Edict of Swords to the armies of Kairos and basically tell them to put down this rebellion and actually formally capture the damn Tiers and stop kicking around, basically. So we do that, and along the way you can side with the Disfavored, you can side with the Chorus, you can side with the rebels in the name of Kairos. Like, you can unite them and be like, alright, we're doing this now. And then there's also an anarchist option where when you get to the well, you can actually choose to just, fight the people who helped you there and claim the entire area as your own. You can even do that instead of letting one of the armies conquer it. And this is important because this is what kicks off the paths of the game. So there's the disfavored path, the Scarlet Forest path, the anarchist path, which is going by yourself. That's the betray everyone kind of thing. And then there's the rebel path, where you actually unite the people of the tiers together. Now this is important because it will actually determine how you move through the game, which brings me to another point. The enemies of each area are scaled depending on which path you took. So depending on which path you took, say you picked the disfavored. If you picked the disfavored, you're going to a place called Sentinel's Stand first. The enemies there will then be scaled to be appropriate to, you just starting Act 2 as opposed to ending Act 2. So just keep in mind, in addition to role-playing options, picking a path throughout the game also kind of literally is a path through the game and does affect when you go certain areas. Now, when you capture Vendrian's Well, you come in contact with a spire of the Old Walls. The Old Walls are structures that predate basically everything, and dotted along them are these giant spires. No one knows how they got there, nobody knows who built them, anything like that. Well, when you conquer Vendrian's Well and break the Edict of Swords that Kairos cast, so that nobody dies, you seem to absorb some sort of power from it. And in absorbing that power, you activate some power in the spire, and you get teleported to the top of it. And the spire reacts to your power in some way that you're unaware of. And obviously, everyone, including your master, Tune on the Adjudicator, take notice of this, because it's unusual, shall we say. That's how the game starts. I don't want to spoil any more of the story, because it's an amazing story with a ton of world building. That's all I want to say on it. But basically, that's what you're kind of doing. You're going through the game, trying to find more of these spires throughout the tiers and kind of discover what that mystery is there, as well as decide what you want to do with Kairos, because Kairos, for all intents and purposes, is an enemy-conquering army who's conquering the tiers for no other reason than to make it part of his empire. So you can choose to, unite the tiers under a banner and then fight Kairos even. You can choose to obey Kairos at every turn throughout the game, including the laws. So, working for the Archon of Justice, there are literal laws that Kairos has made, and throughout the game you'll be presented with, well, do I break these laws in order to get the job done, or do I follow them to the letter? Stuff like that. It's really cool. So that's kind of where I'm going to leave the description of the story. I don't want to spoil too much in case anybody does decide to pick this up. So from here I want to talk about the combat a little bit. It is real time with pause, which is pretty standard stuff. If you are used to CRPGs, it's pretty much real time with pause or turn-based. So with this, it is real time with pause, and it is very good. So it's a very robust system. There is a huge, crazy, in-depth magic system. The magic system does tend to dominate the later difficulties, like in the hard versions of the game or the Path of the Damned difficulties. You pretty much have to use magic and be a mage. That said, there are combos abilities with your companions. So throughout the game, you're going to pick up like 4 or 5 companions that are kind of each allied with one of the different factions you come encounter with. And depending on which allies you have with you, you'll get access to different combo abilities that you and that character can use together to affect combat, which I thought was a really nice touch. There are tons of abilities to choose from. You personally get 6 different skill trees, whereas your allies only get like 2 or 3 to choose from, which helps managing them be a little easier, to be honest. They get unique skill trees tailored to them, whereas your character gets kind of 6 generic ones that you're going to get regardless of who or what kind of character you make. The magic system in this game is amazing and is one of the absolute best parts of the game. So the magic system is a spell creation system that is also heavily guided. Now you're not going to be able to make a spell that the game doesn't already know you can make. And because it has that limit to it, the spell creation system is amazing, because it's simultaneously freeform but heavily tailored. So the way it works is, in order to use spells, even as a mage, you have to learn and find sigils, because as I mentioned earlier, all magic in this world, normal magic that is used through sigils. Now, you're going to pick up core sigils, expression sigils, and accent sigils. Core sigils are basically the type of magic you're going to use. Think fire, ice, illusion, that kind of stuff. Are you affecting people's emotions? Emotion is a core sigil. There's another one called Gravelight or Terratus or something, which is like draining. And then there's the expression sigils. The expression sigils choose the shape of the magic you are using. So there is like distant impact, there is like a wall expression, there is a cone expression, there's an area of effect expression, there's an aura expression, there is a material weapon expression. So you choose a core, you choose the expression, which determines basically what the spell is going to be. So if you choose fire, material, force, you're going to be casting fire damage on your weapon, whereas if you choose fire, distant impact, you're going to make like a fireball spell. And then from there is where it gets really fun with the accent sigils. The accent sigils are all sorts of stuff that enhance the spell. There's everything from cooldown reduction to hitting multiple targets to unique accent sigils that change the nature of the way the spell works entirely. Does it even cast on you maybe instead of an enemy? That kind of stuff. The accents are all over the place, and they do all sorts of stuff. Now, each and every single sigil has a lore cost. Lore is one of the support skills I mentioned earlier. So the way it works with the magic system
Thank you,
is that in order
Sky
to
Cat
learn
Livet. I've been assisting the good
spells
professor
with
while
more
you've been gone.
accents, you have to have
I'm
a
afraid to
higher
say
lore.
I've made things worse
Each
for her.
core sigil has
Thank
a lore
you, Sky Cat
requirement
Livet.
to use the base
I've been
version of
assisting
it
the good professor while
with
you've been
any
gone.
expression sigil.
I'm afraid to
Now, in
say
order
I've
make
made
a
things
spell,
worse
you
for her.
have to use a core and
Plucking
an
parts.
expression,
Oh,
and then
no.
the accents are
I've made
all
a huge
optional.
mistake.
Accent sigils
Harleen
are
entrusted
all
me with
you.
the famed feather
So the
plucker
higher lore skill you get,
3300,
the
a
more
phenomenal invention of her
accents.
very own. I was planning to pluck rock feathers in the cave south of here for her research, but the harpies ambushed me and it broke into pieces as I was running out. Please retrieve the parts. They're probably strewn about like shed scales on the cave floor. I can put it back together. Definitely. Well, probably. Retrieve the 4 feather plucker 3300 parts.
Be bold. Be true.
With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all that the Screechflight decided to migrate to a new land. A rocking appetite. Thazara seems like a good egg, good with gadgets, but she panics easily. For example, when I sent her into the caves directly south of here, she was promptly run out of them by an unusually large harpy. Seems it was giving orders to the others as well. Could it be the matriarch of this brood? Perhaps a commander of some kind. Get in there and find out, Skycat Livet. And don't be afraid to ruffle a few feathers, if you know what I mean.
Kill all
With as
the
many
harpies.
adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not explosive excrement. The harpies are a nice surprise and all, but I came to these mountains for one reason and one reason only, excrement. Specifically, the excrement of blue feather rocks that's then been eaten and digested by bugs. Scarab stomach juices enhance the explosive nitrogen content by 10-fold. At least. Here, take this Chirpsnide Auto Excra Collector. Stomp on the scarabs crawling around the cave floor, and use the collector to reap the rewards. Bring it back full and we can start the real fun, explosions. Phil?
Explosions. Okay.
You can put on a spell and thus make it more powerful. So what might start out as a regular fireball at the beginning of the game might turn into, if you are, using it a lot, a fireball that bounces between enemies, has a shorter cooldown and a longer range, and does more damage. So stuff like that. It's amazing. I can't express how much I love the magic system of this game. It's so good. Now I do want to talk about the difficulty a little bit. Path of the Damned in Tyranny is hard. It is the highest difficulty setting, and oh my god, the first act in this mode is just so difficult. It took me forever to get out of Act 1. Now unfortunately, it doesn't keep that difficulty, because as you start learning higher level spells, that difficulty does fall off in the later acts. But the last fight of Act 1 for my Path of the Damned playthrough, easily probably some of the most trouble I've had with a game in a very long time. Before we wrap this up, I'm going to tell you about some of the things I don't like about the game. So the balance struggles I just mentioned with Path of the Damned, well, that actually not only hits the actual difficulty settings of the game, it also affects the gameplay itself, right? So as I kind of mentioned, Path of the Damned basically requires you to play a mage. Like, you're just not going to get through it with a melee character, because melee characters simply do not have the options that mages do. And even if you do use a melee character, you're going to have to so heavily augment it with magic and the lore skills, it's basically a mage combat, even if you're using sword. So Path of the Damned really kind of feels like it shoehorns you into builds, because you just have to in order to actually do the damage. In addition to this, pathing can be terrible throughout the game. Like, your companions will get stuck on shit all the time. it gets annoying and tedious to move them. Like, it's not a game-breaking thing by any means. More often than not, it's you just like having to manually, physically direct them somewhere, and it's annoying. In addition to this, like a ton of CRPGs, the inventory system is god-awful. They just kind of throw everything into one pane. You can sort it, which is fine, but you keep getting so much junk and the icons are so small that it is difficult to manage. And I'm like a super organized person, so if I'm being annoyed by an inventory, I know it's going to annoy other people. That said, I think that's kind of going to wrap up this review of Tyranny, Obsidian's lesser-known CRPG that is all about choice and consequence and the permutations of evil. Personally, I recommend the game. It's $30 on Steam, and for that, it's such an amazing story. It comes with a couple of DLCs now. I think it's Tales of the Tears and Bastard's Wound, which fleshes out the game a little more.
Ever since the release of Dragon Slayer in 1984, the action RPG genre has grown by leaps and bounds throughout the decades. Various subgenres and franchises have been born, each presenting their own compelling combat loops and gameplay systems. Let's take a look at 30 of the best action RPGs of all time. Dark Souls Remastered. More than a decade after its original release, it's still impressive how much Dark Souls has influenced gaming. Dark Souls Remastered is a fairly straightforward enhanced edition, providing a 60 FPS frame rate, higher resolutions, and improved lighting and alpha effects, among other minor improvements. But the core of the title, from the excellent pacing and pitch-perfect design, the madness of levels like Sen Fortress and Blighttown, and the wonder upon finding an Orlando remain to this day, as does the solid combat and boss design. Dark Souls 3. As a culmination of the series, the combat in Dark Souls 3 offers a fine balance between the original and Bloodborne. Its bosses range from iconic to notorious, even if a few, like Wolnir, are kind of a bust. The build variety is strong, with a variety of light and heavy weapons, ranged weapons, spells, miracles, and much more, prompting multiple playthroughs, and there are a number of secrets and interesting sights to discover. Whether as an ending to the series or as a compelling action RPG in its own right, Dark Souls 3 is still a must-play. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. CD Projekt Red's magnum opus has received tons of praise for its storytelling and characters, not to mention the quest and world design. Its combat was a different story, though, and it didn't help that Bloodborne released around the same time. Nevertheless, what started out as a somewhat clunky system of light and heavy slashes soon evolves into a compelling slash-a-thon with a good amount of Witcher sets to unlock. Potions and bombs with varying effects and bloody executions that look fantastic. The Ascent. Set in the futuristic world of Velez, The Ascent immediately makes a strong impression with its cyberpunk aesthetics and dystopian leanings. As a former worker of the Ascent group, which has mysteriously collapsed, you must halt rival groups and factions from overtaking the arcology using a variety of weaponry, cybernetic abilities, and cover-based shooting. Though fairly rote at first, the combat opens up significantly, providing a decent amount of build customization and plenty of ways to jib enemies. Diablo 3. To say that Diablo 3 was a mess at launch would be putting it lightly. Nevertheless, Blizzard would heavily revamp the loot, difficulty, progress, and design, resulting in one of the finest looters to date. Each class, from the Demon Hunter to the Necromancer, offers a unique range of abilities and playstyles, while the smooth and responsive combat is addictive. Even if its endgame isn't the most in-depth, you'll still lose dozens of hours pushing greater rifts and min-maxing your favorite build. Path of Exile. Path of Exile started out as a spiritual successor to Diablo 2, but quickly grew into its own monstrous entity, confusing to the point that even following a build guide isn't a guarantee for success. It also offers some of the most complex build options with an expansive endgame of maps, tower defense, heists, and crafting, and some satisfying combat. A lot of time is needed to properly master it, and the meta is constantly shifting, but if other contemporary Diablo clones just aren't doing it, then Path of Exile may be the kind of madness you need. Tales of Arise. Bandai Namco's Tales series has offered some fantastic RPGs over the years, but Tales of Arise revamps things on a much larger scale. Massive fields to explore with fantastic visual fidelity and much higher budget cutscenes and skits between characters are the most noteworthy changes. And while the combat still relies on separate fields for battle and AG for arts, new mechanics like dodging, counter edge, boost attacks, and boost strikes change things up significantly. You'll be extending combos to quickly slay foes, employing boost attacks to create windows of opportunity, and much more. Bloodborne. A big departure from the Souls series, Bloodborne thrusts players into the world of Yharnam, with beastly humans, terrifying creatures, and cosmic horrors roaming about. The art design, music, and environments, not to mention the narrative, are all top-notch, but it's the combat that shines. Bloodborne is about aggression, whether you're using visceral attacks to deal massive damage or attacking to recover health, and the quicker pace led to some truly dynamic encounters. Combined with a healthy selection of weapons and armor, excellent boss fights, and more, it's no wonder that Bloodborne is beloved to this day. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Each of the Mass Effect titles is a great game in its own right, and the Legendary Edition collects them all while adding graphical improvements, quality of life changes, including much better handling of war assets and galactic readiness, and so on. Even the combat for the first game is improved with several guns and abilities receiving buffs, along with the ability to use any gun with any class. If you haven't experienced Commander Shepard's iconic battle against the Reapers with its amazing companions, side stories, set pieces, and decisions, then Mass Effect Legendary Edition is the ticket. Middle-earth Shadow of War. Though the story devolved into a mess, Middle-earth Shadow of War's combat still held up very well. Leveling up Talion and having a wider range of skills to create havoc, loot, and collect, and huge sieges to unleash your arsenal upon was a blast. You could turn your foes deranged, which may also create maniacs, or ride a drake and rain fire down upon the opposition, among other things. The Nemesis system is also more robust as you manipulate orcs, partake in pit fights for loot, and create a venerable army to battle Sauron. Neo. Mixing Ninja Gaiden with some Souls-like mechanics and throwing in a loot grind, Neo was a new step for Team Ninja. The historical fantasy setting, with yokai and iconic figures, made for a unique experience, while the combat carved its own niche. On top of 3 different stances for attacking and unique abilities for each weapon, there were mechanics like Key Pulse to master, which incentivized controlled aggression. Even if its level layouts left something to be desired, Neo was a very welcome action RPG with a hefty campaign and extensive endgame. Horizon Zero Dawn. For all of the credit that Horizon Zero Dawn has received for its imaginative world, story, and presentation, it's the combat that ties everything together. Aloy starts out with a bow and arrow, but her arsenal quickly grows until you're wielding different bows, spears, rope launchers, and slingshots against foes, along with different ammo types. Each machine also presents an interesting challenge with unique weaknesses, whether it's grounding a Stormbird or systematically dismantling a Thunderjaw and using its weapons against it. That makes each encounter fun. Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact's combat starts out simple enough with light and charged attacks, unique abilities, and dashing. As the story progresses and the world of Teyvat opens up, the sheer amount of possibilities with elemental combos begin to open up. Damaging a foe and pyro and quickly switching to an arrow character to create a firestorm, dousing an enemy with hydro and then switching to electro for shocking are just some examples, and each character offers their own unique playstyles. Crosscode. Taking inspiration from retro action RPG classics like Terranigma and Secret of Mana, Crosscode masterfully establishes its own identity. Set in an MMO called Crossworlds, where the protagonist Leah has lost her memories and ability to speak, the player travels through various regions, taking on massive bosses and mastering the elements. On top of each element having its own unique purposes, there are some fiendish puzzles to solve across a variety of dungeons. All in all, it's a fantastic experience with lots of fun combat scenarios and a memorable story. Ys 9, Monstrum Nox. Falcom's games, Shiro no Kaseki, haven't really been known for their graphical fidelity, But like Ys 8, Lacrimosa of Dana, Ys 9, Monstrum Nox makes up for this with ultra-tight combat, as everyone's favorite adventurer Adol finds himself a fugitive in a prison city of Baldug. Slaying foes is once again a priority. Split-second dodging and numerous abilities for each character, along with new traversal methods and the return of boost mode, also liven things up significantly. It may not break new ground in terms of storytelling or action, but it's very good in delivering that classic Ys-style action. Nier Automata. Enough has been said about the storyline, characterization, and sheer detail in Nier Automata, but the combat also deserves praise, combining the best aspects of Platinum Games' style, like Witch Time, with an excellent array of weapons and styles. Each character from 2B and 9S to A2 has their own unique gimmicks, and various set pieces provide great ways to utilize them. It's also great how one can customize their chip layout, opting for a crazy self-healing build or squeezing every last bit of damage in by removing the HUD and whatnot. Kingdom Hearts 3. Yes, the Dark Seeker saga is almost incomprehensible to all outside of the fanbase. Nevertheless, Kingdom Hearts 3 is still a great action RPG, being easy to get into while having enough interesting hooks and gimmicks like shot block, summons, keyblade transformations, keyblade switching, and more to keep a player invested. Though it starts out easy enough, the action ramps up quickly and soon you'll go up against a number of tough bosses. It's a trip, one that doesn't always make sense but manages to be fun and emotional all throughout. Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom. Taking place several hundreds of years after the first game, Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom sees the Prince Evan teaming up with Roland to establish a new kingdom. Combat-wise, this means entering into real-time battles with foes, and while various higgledies are applied for elemental attacks, magic and melee combat are also necessary, and feel incredibly responsive. Level 5 series has always stood out for its presentation, but the action is also incredibly solid. Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World wasn't just the latest iteration in the franchise with a huge budget and excellent visuals. It also marked a big shift in environmental design, as regions consisted of one big map without any loading screens between areas. Monsters were much more dynamic than ever, while each of the 14 weapon trees is equipped with new skills. The robust combat system also saw numerous improvements, both minor and major, making this a stellar jumping-on point for new players. Monster Hunter Rise. Available exclusively for the Nintendo Switch at launch, Monster Hunter Rise felt like a balance between the seamlessness of the world's maps combined with the smaller scale of areas seen in Generations. Of course, it also introduced multiple new monsters, added several new moves for each weapon, and the Wire Bug, which could be used for both traversal and quick movement in combat. There's also the Rampage, providing some unique tower defense-based quests for players. Odin Sphere Lifthrasser. The original Odin Sphere was acclaimed for its visuals, excellent combat, and storytelling, all presented in a 2D side-scrolling perspective with multiple playable characters. Odin Sphere Lifthrasser further improves upon the classic, with even more options for combat, like dodging, redesigned AI for enemies and bosses, revamped systems, more stages, and even additional foes. This is on top of the higher resolution visuals benefiting from the PS4's added power and having a chance to shine. The Division 2. Ubisoft Massive's looter-shooter sequel has been through a number of revamps since release, fundamentally changing its gear system, loot, progression, and much more over time. Nevertheless, the core gameplay with its cover-based tactical shooting and various gadgets, alongside the new specialist weapons, has always been fun. Add in some great missions, new dark zones, and the summit, a 100-story skyscraper with random floors, and you've got a fairly meaty experience. Demon's Souls. From Software's first Souls title kickstarted the franchise, and Bluepoint's recent remake on PS5 helped further cement its legacy. Taking place in the kingdom of Bolteria, one must navigate to several different Arkstones and defeat the bosses within, all for the sake of escaping from the Nexus. Gorgeous visuals, haptic feedback support, and zero loading times add on to the classic difficulty and compelling combat. Nier Replicant, version 1.2247448739. Another remake that recaptures the magic of the original is Nier Replicant, version 1.2247448739. Based on the Japanese release of Nier, which would be referred to as Nier Replicant, and featured a younger version of the protagonist, it's set in a world infected by the Black Scrawl and teeming with shades. Teaming up with bizarre allies and venturing the world to defeat the Shadow Lord, Nier Replicant version 1.224744871139 offers gorgeous revamped visuals and combat while maintaining the same emotional story. It even adds some new content, which series fans must experience. Fable 2. While the original couldn't quite deliver on all of its lofty promises, Fable 2 expanded on pretty much every single system in compelling ways. Different actions could potentially corrupt your character's appearance. Starting a family saw one's children potentially becoming adventurers, and pretty much every property could be purchased. The real-time combat also felt better with options like charge attacks, having your dog maul down foes, and unleashing devastating spells on foes. Scarlet Nexus. It starts out unassuming enough, but Bandai Namco's Scarlet Nexus quickly develops into one of the more insane titles of this year, both in terms of story and combat. Utilizing psychic powers to battle mutated beings called the Others, players can opt for Yuito's close combat slashing or Kasane's mid-range throwing knives, while pummeling foes with psychokinesis. Borrowing the abilities of different allies via the struggle arms system is also key, and enemies can be executed with powerful, over-the-top brain crush attacks for added flair. Nioh 2. While maintaining its predecessor's fundamental combat and gameplay, Nioh 2 adds on to it in numerous ways. New weapon types, revamped skill trees, yokai abilities, and burst counters that reward aggression, improved environments, and new
thanks for
types
flights.
of loot to strive
I've
for.
come to like the professor,
and, of course,
and this could have
tons
spelled the end of
tough
our new
bosses
friendship.
Can be expected. There's even more.
What brings you here?
With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all that the Screechflight decided to migrate to an... My fine-tuned bird senses are telling me these Screechflight aren't just here for snacks. But you did well, Skycat Livetv. Let me decipher this scroll and we'll find out just what these harpies are after. With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm...
Glad I could help. Have a
Oh,
good one.
now. That's certainly no dinner menu you're holding. Or maybe it is.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
Oh, yes.
Interesting.
Quality stuff. Have you thought about doing this work professionally? Dormant discovery. Never mind how this curious parchment ended up in your bags. What's important are the contents of the message. Members of the Dragonscale Expedition. Your assistance is required. Report to the Rubascale outpost at once. Before the signature can be read, the magical letter... Oh, yes. Quality stuff. With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all. Separating the yoke. I've deciphered the scroll and, surprise, it's bad news. The Screechflight aren't just eating the blue feathers for sustenance. Turns out they've found a spell or two that transfers the rock's innate strength to themselves upon consumption. Especially the eggs. Save as many of those rock eggs as you can down the cliffs from here. It'll store the harpies long enough to put my plan into motion. And watch out for rogue elementals. The Cursuif spell work has stirred them up. Collect, with as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all that the Screechflight decided to migrate to a new land. A nest of our own. The scroll you found is a command that all blue feather eggs are to be brought to the harpy chef, Friary. Apparently, the Screechflight's matriarch won't eat anything that hasn't been properly prepared and seasoned. So we'll bring her a special egg of our own. One that's explosively delicious, and will explode when she eats it. Of course. How will you deliver it? In disguise. Slay the creatures on the lower cliffs, collect up this list of parts, and I'll whip you up a full feathered outfit. It's plucking time. Harleen told me she's making a disguise for you. How exciting. But she'll need some feathers from the rock hatchlings to complete the outfit. Luckily, I've just finished fixing up the Feather Plucker 3300. The Screechflight are capturing rock hatchlings on the lower cliffs to raise and breed for themselves. Use the plucker to yank the hatchlings out of danger. It'll automatically pluck some of their feathers for you as well. 2 birds with 1 plucker. I should say so.
more challenge to be had, but Neo 2's combat is immensely rewarding, while presenting tons of new content, and that's before the endgame. Borderlands 3. I remarked before that Borderlands 2 had way more appeal from an endgame perspective than its successor. However, in terms of gameplay, Borderlands 3 is definitely superior. Gunplay is more responsive, and the sheer amount of weapon variety was bumped up considerably, guns turning into walking turrets being only one example. Each Vault Hunter is also way more complex, with each of their skill trees having more options and separate action skills. Say what you will about Mayhem Mode or the story, but the gunplay was top-notch. Torchlight 2. When everyone was still disappointed at Diablo 3's launch date, Runic Games' Torchlight 2 released to extensive fanfare, along with a brand new story and several distinct classes. It featured in-depth skill customization, a smattering of unique loot for each class, and a fairly robust endgame centered on grinding maps. Plus, it looked good and featured numerous awesome features, like sending your pet to town to sell unwanted loot, and extensive mod support. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. One day, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 will be released. Until then, the original by Troika Games is still a compelling adventure. Starting out as a newly turned vampire, the player explores the seedy side of LA, choosing from one of 7 vampire clans and focusing on 3 core stats to build their character. There's a lot of variety for inflicting hurt, whether it's boiling an enemy's blood, sneaking up and performing instant kills, or relying on weapons like katanas, crossbows, and firearms. Having to preserve one's humanity is also key on top of navigating through the various intrigues of the masquerade. Just make sure to download the fan-developed unofficial patch before diving in. And with that, we reached the end of the video. Have anything to say? Let us know in the comments below. Also, we upload new videos every single day on Gaming Bolt, so please consider subscribing as it really helps us out. Thanks for watching. Priority, split-second dodging.
Hello everyone, Jewel here. This time, I want to share my best CRPG games of all time that I think should be played in 2022. I know I've done this video a long time ago, but I decided to make an update and improvement for the list. Alright then, let's get started.
Save the last one for me.
For developer Event Horizon, Tower of Time is an astounding entry that gives fans of the CRPG genre something different to sink their teeth into. The game might seem to be a little formulaic to veterans of CRPGs, but it is not without innovations of its own. It takes a compelling narrative and blends it with fun role-playing and deep satisfying tactical combat. Tower of Time isn't a massively groundbreaking game, but it is a solid addition to the RPG genre. The Age of Decadence is a RPG that rewards patience and attention to detail. It may have some rough spots, but it is surprisingly well-designed RPGs. Meaningful choices, authentic combat system, unique role-playing experience, and feel for many distinctive playthroughs. The game combines great writing and storytelling with branching storylines that are more complex than your average CRPG. Neverwinter Nights is one of those rare games that has a lot to offer virtually everyone. The campaign alone is easily worth the price of admission. Not only is it on par with all the best CRPGs to date, but it's also a lot more friendly to new players. The quests are well designed, entertaining, and there are tons of different battles between them. Overall, this is a game that every CRPG enthusiast should be playing. Shadowrun Hong Kong is a futuristic CRPG with a cyberpunk setting filled with fantasy-based characters like elves, dwarves, orcs, and trolls. The Shadowrun universe is based on the tabletop RPG series of the same name and carries over the same themes into the games. Despite running on the same engine, Hong Kong took everything great about its predecessor and polished it. All in all, Shadowrun Hong Kong is one of the best games in the CRPG renaissance. The Adam series is a love letter to classic RPGs such as the early Fallout, Baldur's Gate, and Wasteland games. Through the Grad is technically a standalone sequel or expansion of the previous entry. It is not necessary to play through the first game, but as the two plots are closely intertwined, I would still recommend to play through the first game. Released for the PC by Obsidian Entertainment in 2016, Tyranny was built on the same engine that powered Pillars of Eternity. Just like Pillars, Tyranny is a high fantasy RPG that places the same emphasis on story, characters, and moral choices as its predecessor. It's also the rare sprawling RPG that invites you to replay it, as its comparatively short running time and significant changes based on choice greatly change the experience from playthrough to playthrough, and the combat is deep enough to last. If you are tired of same old fantasy setting in RPGs, you will absolutely fall in love with Tyranny. Baldur's Gate 3 is a revival of the classic party-based RPG series set in the Forgotten Realms. It's being modernized by Larian Studios, previously responsible for the excellent Divinity Original Sin 2. Surprisingly, the game also became turn-based, unlike the original games. The game is still on early access, but so far it looks very promising. Solasta Crown of the Magister is an excellent game for anyone who loves turn-based RPGs or ND in general. Since there are so many options for difficulty and game rules, pretty much anyone can play it regardless if you want something easy to experience the story, something extremely challenging, or something in between. Admittedly, the graphics are very rudimentary and basic, but the gameplay is what matters the most. Pathfinder: Wrath of the Righteous is a bold, dark, epic saga featuring an astonishing replayability value. The developers have experimented with Kingmaker and have gone all in with Wrath of the Righteous, creating one of the best story-driven CRPGs of late. For those who miss the feeling of a long tabletop campaign or have been craving a new isometric RPG, Pathfinder: Wrath of the Righteous is the game for you. Few games are this ambitious, and even fewer can mold these ambitions into such a complete and entertaining experience. You might spend 50 or more hours on your first playthrough, but there are so many paths to follow, so many details to uncover, and so many ways to customize your party that you will want to play again as soon as you finish the first time. Incredible storytelling, great characters, and exciting battles are just a few of the things that make these fantasy RPGs so extraordinary. Overall, Dragon Age Origins is a fantastic CRPG and is a must-play for any fan of the genre. Torment: Tides of Numenera is considered to be a spiritual successor to the critically acclaimed Planescape Torment. The game is based on the tabletop RPG Numenera created by Monty Cook, taking inspiration from the Planescape universe which he had a hand in designing. Of course, given the high standards set by its predecessor, it was only a given that some people consider Torment: Tides of Numenera to miss the mark in terms of its story. However, it's still a great game that fans of story-heavy CRPGs.
I'd only ever known Draxa before being released from the creche. Even though these harpies are continually trying to eat me, they are just one of the many new races we all...
Farewell.
With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all that the Screech Flight decided to migrate to a new land.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
This is more than I imagined you'd be able to recover. Maybe you're not a bad sort after all. Not that I was thinking that or anything. With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all that the Screech Flight decided to migrate to a new land. Just wish they'd let me do my research without their shred everything to pieces and eat it attitude.
Keep it real.
Perfect. And a little gross. Just as I planned. With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all. Screech Flight potluck. Are you ready to put those acting chops of yours to good use, Skycat Livetv? What? You don't have any chops? Then it's a good thing I've made you an impeccable Screech Flight disguise out of all the materials you just gathered. Sedalia and I still need time to finish building the final egg that will take out the matriarch, but I've made a smaller, prototype version for you to try out on the chef. And don't worry. You will be 12% safer from these explosions under all the feathers. Where your I'd only ever known Draxa before being released from the Creche. Even though, with as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all that the Screech Flight decided to migrate to a new land.
Pleasure doing business with ya.
With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not... I said no seconds. ZZZ. I wonder if anyone would visit a Harpy-owned restaurant. With as many adventurers protecting Azeroth as there are these days, I'm not surprised at all that the Screech Flight decided to migrate to a new land. Just wish they'd let me do my research without their shred everything to pieces and eat it attitude. With as many adventurers, you did great and looked pretty good in that outfit. With as many adventurers, the awaited explosion. Our prototype worked. Excellent. Now it's time for the main course. This time, you are the chef. With some necessary adjustments, you will suit up in your disguise again. Then you will take our masterpiece explosive, dunk it in this rancid stew here, head up to the matriarch's cave, plate it for her, and glide back down with the blasts detonating behind you. If all things go as planned, she'll be toast. Because of the explosion. Which will burn her to toasty bits. I'd only ever known.
Mm-hmm.